10. We made a deal on Friday. Do you remember what that deal was? That we worked on the review questions for Unit 10 immediately, which was all about legal descriptions. So hopefully you took that serious. You worked on it independently. You're ready for our session for today. Let's jump into it. Starting with Unit 9. First time we encountered math as well, right? In Unit 9. Have your calculators handy? We're on page 225. Question 1. Which type of easement gives an electric company the authority to install and maintain electric power lines? In gross, also known as utility easements. A is an alpha. Good job. Number 2. The government may take property of an owner who died without heirs through a process called? Let's cheat. Sounds like you're getting what by the state? Cheated by the state. This will help you remember. Good job. For a deed to be valid, a competent what? Grantor and 2 witnesses must sign the instrument. So correct answer is B as in Bravo. Good job. Does the grantee have to be competent? The party that's receiving the deed? No. Do they have to sign? No. They don't sign, nor do they have to be competent. All right, number 4. The type or form of deed most commonly used to clear clouds on title of real property is the? The Swiss Army knife of deeds. And remember, it's called the quit claim deed. The reason why it's unique from the rest is for several reasons. The first reason is that it has no warranty, no protection of title defects. With this type of deed, if I use this to transfer my property over to you and your family, I'm saying, thank you for your money. Here's the property. Good luck. No warranty against title issues. And another reason why it's unique, and what really sets it apart from the rest, is that there's no season clause. Do you remember the season clause? We have a question about it, but can you recall? It's actually question 10. What's the season clause? The season clause in a deed makes the grantor, the person giving ownership, swear that they own the property and therefore have the right to convey, to transfer. But the quit claim has no season clause. So those of you who own property, you know who you are. I can sign a quit claim deed for your property because in that type of deed, I don't have to swear I own your property. All I'm doing is quitting any what? Any claim I have to it. So yes, it could be used to quit my claim of ownership, but because it has no season clause, it could be used to quit other types of claims. Like that construction work that you completed on your property, you didn't pay the remaining balance. What is that contractor going to place against your property? A lien. You want to remove that lien to clear that title issue, maybe because you want to sell the property and the lender's not going to give financing unless you clear the title. What do? Well, you pay the company what's owed or negotiate a settlement, and in exchange, you can get them to sign what for your property? A quit claim deed. Because with this deed, that contractor is not saying they own your property, no season clause. They're just quitting any claim they have to it. The lien is a claim. If the sale contract does not specify the type of deed to be delivered, the seller is required to provide general, which provides the greatest degree of protection against title defects. And you're probably thinking, okay, well, what's the whole purpose of title insurance if this type of deed exists? Because it provides similar protection. The first thing you should go to is title insurance, but sometimes people buy property cash and they don't need to buy title insurance. They can opt in for it and spend that money, but it's not necessary. If you got financing, the lender is going to require that you purchase title insurance. But at least you know with the type of deed that was transferred to you, you have some degree of protection, like this one, which provides the greatest protection. The process of taking property under the power of eminent domain is called C, condemnation. Think of them condemning your property. This will help you remember. Number 7, the type of deed in which the grantor does not warrant the title in any manner except against the grantor's acts or the representatives is called a special warranty deed. B as in Bravo. Protects you against present defects only. While the grantor had ownership, they're saying we didn't cause any issues and we'll protect you. Doesn't provide protection against previous owners or provide further assurance or future protection. There's only one deed that provides future protection, and that's the general warranty deed. Number 8, the covenant against encumbrances in a deed is designed to guarantee. Yeah, it's A as in Alpha. Grantor has not jeopardized the title in any manner except as noted on the deed. In answering questions pertaining to quality of title, real estate licensees, B, required to advise prospective buyers to have a lawyer render an opinion or obtain title insurance. So essentially, the question is, what should you do? What's the correct procedure when somebody asks you about your opinion of title? Are you qualified to give your title opinion? No. Let the title company or the lawyer handle that specific service. The season clause in a deed specifies D as in Delta, longest answer. Grantor actually owns the property, therefore has the right to sell it or convey, transfer title. Number 11, the provision in a deed that names the parties and contains the granting clause is the A, premises section located at the top of the deed. 12, a developer states that homes in a specified development cannot be less than 1,800 square feet. This is an example of C as in Charlie. Subdivision restrictive covenant. Rules that are imposed by the developer that affects all homeowners within a community subdivision. An example of an encumbrance on title to real property does not include D as in Delta, longest answer, premises clause in a deed. That just doesn't fit. 14, the lender's title insurance policy is issued for. It's C as in Charlie, loan balance, and is transferable. The owner's policy of title insurance is not transferable. If you pass away, your legal heirs can inherit, but if you sell the property or give it away to somebody, the new owner has to get their own policy of title insurance. Not transferable in that circumstance. But we know that debts are sold, right?
Right, mortgage company.
Your debts are sold. Your loan is sold from lender to lender in the secondary mortgage market. So for this reason, since the debt is transferable, the policy attached to it, therefore, is transferable. And that will help you better understand. Which lien is first in priority to be paid? It's A, property taxes, top of the list. You got it. 16. Take out your calculator. A business is a 5-year variable lease for a suite and office park. The first year of the lease calls for rent of $21.50 a square foot based on an index of 189. The index increases to 195 at the beginning of the second year. What's the new or adjusted rental rate? So we can take out our handouts for calculation of a percentage and variable lease. This is a variable lease, so we can punch in some information. Or if you can memorize that formula, you have to for exam purposes, you're better off. When everyone wants to cooperate.
I don't think we put 2 eyes in the bottom.
All right. Anyhow, for whatever reason, it's not popping up, but let's go through it together. And you can take out your handouts, have those in front of you. You take the new index and you divide it by the original. That's the first step. Step number 1. What's the new index?
195.
Exactly. 195. That's your new. And you simply divide it by the original, which is 189. And that gives you a rate of 1.0317, continues on, something like that. Is that what you got in your calculator? You can check right now on your calculator, punch in these numbers, participate. Step number 2 is to take that rate from step number 1, which is 1.0317, and simply multiply it by your original rent. What's your original rent? $21, yes. $21.50 a square foot is your original rent. And then when you do that math, you multiply, you're going to get your adjusted. We can round to the nearest cent, and yes, it's $22.18. That's your adjusted rent, or your new rental rate for that time period. So correct answer is A, is in alpha. Any questions here?
Yeah, the 18, why the 18?
18 cents? What do you mean?
Because they rounded.
Look, you rounded before, and that's the mistake. Here, look at this. Look at this real quick. You take 185 divided by 189, and you don't get exactly what I wrote down. You get several numbers after the decimal, right? Leave it in your calculator, because all you had to do was multiply by $21.50. And now when you round to the nearest cent, $22.182, well, you can drop that off. It's 18 cents. Since we're talking about money here. All right, let's actually, while we're still on the subject of math, let's focus on 20 real quick. A retail business rents a space in a mall. The lease calls for rent of $2,000 a month plus 5% of annual gross sales in excess of $400,000. If the annual gross sales are $550,000, what's the total annual rent for the business? There are 3 basic steps to solving this problem. You can have your handouts in front of you so you can use it as reference. So step number 1 is to calculate your base rent. Base rent. Let's establish what you're paying for the year. Well, it's $2,000 a month, correct? And they want to know annual, so you simply multiply by 12, because there's 12 months in the year, and you get how much? $24,000. That's for the year. Step number 2 is to calculate the percentage they're charging you on your additional sales. Well, here it is. They said your sales are $550,000, correct? But they said if you go over $400,000, they're going to charge you. Well, what's the difference? It's $150,000. And they say they're going to take how much percent? 5%. So when you do the math, you should get $7,500. That's your additional rent you have to pay. And then step number 3 is to add. You take the $24,000 plus the $7,500 additional rent, and that's going to give you $31,500. Is that one of our choices? Correct answer is D as in Delta. Did I lose anybody? In real life, if you have a business in the Florida Mall, the outlets, and I can almost guarantee it's this type of lease. This is a percentage lease where they take a percentage of your sales over a certain amount. You think they're going to wait the entire year to get the additional rent from you? No, they want you to share what your sales are every single month. And you send that out to the property management or the leasing company, the one you answer to and pay your rent to, responsible for managing that shopping mall. And you might have to justify. They might ask for reconciliation of your bank accounts and all of that stuff. 17, if they believe you're not being trustworthy. Some people have been accused of and found guilty of showing that their sales are less than the threshold, so they don't have to pay additional rent every single month.
Christmas month, everyone's of the fall is went up, and yours is.
Yeah, like everybody's getting 25, 30% more. Yeah, exactly. 17A, married couple signed a contract to purchase a home in a residential subdivision. When the couple had the lot surveyed before closing, they discovered that the contractor had built the neighbor's garage 3 inches inside the west boundary of their lot. The garage in its present location is an example of encroachment. However, if that encroachment exists for how many years? 7 years, it's no longer an encroachment. It turns into an implied easement, which they included as one of your answers to throw you off. Exactly. Well, no, that was different because that was allowed for over 20 years.
It wouldn't have been even if that
It was allowed. The people that own that piece of land, they didn't care. And I'm pretty sure they were well aware of it, but maybe they didn't pay close attention to the law and understand how it works in the state of Florida, because now it's permanent after 20 years of allowable use, authorized use. This is different. This is unauthorized use. And just like squatters, after 7 years, it becomes permanent. 18.
6 years. Say no.
Yes, you can prevent their access and you'd be within your right. But just like it says here, look, when a pathway through a property has been used continuously and without interruption for more than 20 years, it creates a easement by prescription. A little bit different. D is in Delta. Soon after a
Yes.
man's death, just want to make sure that we're paying attention to that. A deed was discovered in his desk, and the deed is for the man's home. It was deeded to a charity. Oh, that's nice. The man is survived by his son who discovered the deed. The man died intestate. What does intestate mean? Without a will. Perfect. Exactly. And based on this information, the property belongs to who? If you die without a will, what automatically happens? Yeah, it goes to your legal heirs. We call this descent. It's descended to your closest relative. In this case, is the son. And you're probably thinking, well, what about the charity? I thought it was deeded to a charity. But remember that in order for a property transfer to be effective, to solidify property transfer, a valid deed signed by a competent grantor and 2 adult witnesses must be delivered to the grantee. In this case, it would have been the charity, and accepted by them to complete that transfer. That's referred to as voluntary alienation. How do you complete voluntary alienation? What I just mentioned to you. Delivery and acceptance of a valid deed. That didn't happen. That didn't occur. And is that me? Yeah, that's me. I don't know who else has a Mario coin thing besides me. All right, hang on. The property belongs to who? The legal heir. Because of what I just mentioned to you.
Charity would have had a deed, then it would have been.
Yes, it would have gone to the charity. If a valid deed, he signed it before his passing and delivered it to the charity, they accepted it. They have it in a shoe box, safety deposit box. That's proof. That's actual notice. When you record the deed in the public records, that's constructive notification. All right, let me close this out because for whatever reason, it's acting up.
Living in a house of horrors. Like I said, you guys got iPads and
I think we're hearing your conversation, Jaleesa.
I apologize.
I'm just waiting until Unit 10 appears. I don't know what's going on with it.
Maybe you need to force quit, like it's too much running that.
I did force quit. It's thinking.
Wait, plan.
I just offered this property rent to own in Castleberry, and people are messaging me like crazy trying to, because rent to own, Dream something, American Dream or,
Maybe y'all can't fix that.
yeah, puts them on a different path. Verifying Adobe Acrobat. Okay, we'll see what happens when this verifies. Give it a second.
You have to sell it. So you afford it to this, or you gonna?
Well, the market is soft right now. The market, yeah. The market is soft right now, and honestly, I really don't want to sell them anyway. My goal before, my strategy before was to flip. And I flipped dozens of properties, but my strategy moving forward is buy and hold. So I'm using something called the BRRRR method. I don't know if you've heard of the BRRRR method. BRRRR. You've never heard of it? Okay. So yeah, or also known as the Gucci Man method. No, I'm just kidding. So the BRRRR method is buy, renovate, refinance, repeat. Yeah.
So fix and flip.
So you're going to buy old
Buy,
house,
renovate.
fixer,
But
You you buy, you renovate it, you refinance it, and you repeat. And the reason the refinance part is in there is because a lot of people refinance to pull out cash so they can put a down payment for the next property and do it all over again
It's smart to.
when rates are low. No, there's it really depends on your strategy. Exactly. Like, for instance, if somebody has a high rate just because they really wanted to become a homeowner and the rates were what they were at the time and they decided to swallow it and they're thinking, okay, later on I'm going to refinance when rates come down. That could be somebody's strategy. I refinance as an investor to pull my down payment out so I could use that same down payment to acquire another investment property. And nowadays, there's so many financing options that exist. You might think that you don't qualify to buy investment property, but you don't need a lot. Actually, there's something called a DSCR loan. I don't know if you've heard of debt service coverage ratio loan, where the income that property could produce is enough to qualify your loan. So it's not based on your own personal income. It's based on the income that the property is going to produce, rental income. So it's a really clever thing. It's something that I've taken advantage of. I've done hard money loans. I don't know if you've heard of hard money loans. I have a really amazing hard money lender that I work with. If you guys need a referral on that, just let me know. And essentially, have you heard of a hard money loan?
Yeah, I was about to ask you. You like hard? Because I heard about.
Of course.
Their wife's hard, or I don't know. Like, I didn't do a hard money.
Well, if you're taking it like, yeah, literally, then maybe what hard money I use. They're called fix and flip loans, but you go to a hard money lender, which is non-traditional financing. So people that don't qualify for traditional financing, they can find options with a hard money lender. It's not like a loan shark. A lot of lenders offer this as a program because they're just so popular. I use them all the time. What do they say? OPM, which stands for other people's money. So rather than using my money, which I've done multiple times over the past 15, 20 years of investing in property, I use up all my cash, buy the property, and then my money is tied up into this one thing that I have to sell. Otherwise, I can't move on to the next one. But with $100,000 and I put 25 grand down on 4 properties, I can have, cash flow, or I can refinance, pull out my 25 grand for one property at a time, and then I could use that 25 grand to go after another property. It's just,
Is that the one?
well, hard money or fix and flip loans is for renovating and flipping it. But what I do is I use hard money so I can put 10% down payment on a property, and then I'll convert it to a DSCR loan. So DSCR loan is long-term financing. The interest rate is 7, almost 8%. But the hard money loan, it might be anywhere from 12 to 15%. But it's bridge financing, it's just short-term financing. It's not supposed to be a long-term solution. Can I use that loan to buy property in a... Oh, have I done that? Yeah, of course, yeah. Well, not usually. I mean, I've participated in every auction you can imagine.
Auction.
Well, foreclosure auction hosted by the county. You really have to know what you're doing in that circumstance, which we're going to learn about in Unit 12. Otherwise, you can get your shirt handed back to you and lose a lot of money. Tax deed sale, a little bit less risky, but when you try to resell it, it's difficult because when you buy it from auction, you get something called a tax deed. I mentioned we would come back to that in a later unit. That's going to be Unit 18. And there's so many auction websites, Hudson and Marshall, HomePath, HomeSteps, HUDHomestore.gov, auction.com. There's so many different auction websites for real estate. And I've participated in all of them. Yeah, bought property in every single one of them. If you're looking for a really good price land, then there's specific auctions you go to. If you're looking for a good deal on a single family house, you have to have cash, but you can go to a foreclosure sale. DSCR? DSCR loan, is that what you're referring to? DSCR stands for debt service coverage ratio. Debt service coverage ratio. So if you're looking to invest in property, anybody thinking about investing in property? Maybe you want to, but you think it's not possible. I'm telling you right now, with these lenders and these programs that they're offering right now, it is possible.
I would like to learn more.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to offer a separate class for it, but I'm not going to sell you a class, but I can just make a connection for you and you can contact the lender. Yeah, absolutely.
The person,
What was that?
D,
SCR. Yeah.
the person, and the stand.
Oh, ratio. The R is for ratio. Debt service coverage ratio. Yeah, no problem. All right, so Unit 10 questions. For question number 1, they're asking us how many acres you own based on a legal description. How do I know? Well, look, all the answers, they're all in acres, correct? And this is the easiest math you're going to encounter if you're tested the math portion of your exam. This might appear as one of your math questions. You should be ecstatic because this is the easiest math you're going to see. How do I know? Well, in order to calculate acres from a random legal description like what we have in front of us, all we need is this information right here. Do we need the section, township, range? No. Actually, we don't even need the directions. We don't even need these directions. All we need are the fractions. Because we know that this description of your property is contained within a what? Look, I'm highlighting a section. And a section, if you remember the logic, I can remind you of this. A section is equal to how many square miles? Nope. 1 square mile. And 1 square mile is equal to how many acres? 640 acres. That's the conversion that you need to know. So if you remember this conversion, you'll be fine for this type of math. What number do you place in your calculator to start off with?
600.
Why? Because look what it's saying. You own a quarter of a quarter of a quarter of a what? Which is how many acres? So all you had to do is put 640 in your calculator and divide by the denominator. How many times do you divide by 4? 3 times. Divide by 4, divide by 4, divide by 4. Do that math. And yes, I'll do the math with you guys. So you don't feel like you're lost. 640 in your calculator divided by 4, divide by 4, divide by 4. Hit that equal sign. And yes, you get 10 acres would be the correct answer. Does that match up with one of our choices? Yeah, so the correct answer would be C as in Charlie. Well, which legal description consists of 120 acres? What did you get as your answer? It's actually D, but let's see if it's true. Let's verify it's correct. First of all, how many properties do you see here?
2.
How do you know? The word and. Think of the word and as a plus symbol. So it's 2 separate properties because of the word and, which means you do 2 separate calculations, correct? And what number do you put in your calculator for the first? 640 in your calculator. And you divide by what? 4 and divide by 2. Divide by 4, then divide by 2. Because it says you own a quarter of a half, right? And when you do the math, what do you get? 80. And then we can move on over to this property, 640 in your calculator, and we divide by 4 how many times? Divide by 4, divide by 4. Hit that equal sign. What do you get? 40? So as you can see, yeah, exactly. Add those 2 figures together. What's 80 plus 40? 120 acres, which is what they're asking us for. Any questions here? Yes, question. The conversion? Yes. I mean, it's something we mentioned. I didn't necessarily put it on your handout because I assume you guys were taking notes of what we were working on together, but definitely copy a note of that right now so you can remember. Think of the word and as a plus symbol. It is. You know, okay, have you ever tried to sell something? I'm going to vent with you guys for just a second, okay? So just hear me out. I tried to tell my wife and she couldn't just sympathize with me. I mean, like, be a little bit more empathetic. Anyhow, towards my frustration. Have you ever tried to sell something in Facebook Marketplace? And yeah, and what's the message, the first message you get from somebody? Well, no, they say, is it still available? If it's active, if you see it, it's available, right? I mean, it's just, oh my God, it gets me so frustrated because mainly because I'm getting.
Sometimes they don't have those there. Sometimes.
This post is blowing up. So it's like the first question I get is like, is it available? Is it available? Is it available?
It's no, probably not. The thing is,
Yeah.
sometimes you said that it's still available and the person say no, already sold. They didn't update. on
Yeah.
the-
I can see that other side of it. It's just, I'm not that person. If I sell it, I change the status. If you see this, it's available. I know. But I think they need to get rid of that from Facebook Marketplace and then just make people like type
Yeah.
something legitimate versus like this quick thing because they send the message and then they disappear.
Yeah.
Is this available? And I'm like, yes, 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 yes. And then I don't get a response after that. It's like, what are we doing here? You know?
No, the thing is you have to because there's some people that doesn't update your. He's doing it.
Unfortunately, we're living in my other eyes. We ask you something. Is there?
But it's still.
Are you posting your house?
Yeah, I posted it. Yeah.
It's
What's up?
rent.
Both?
Rent to own, sell, rent.
Maybe has to be rent.
No.
Oh, you can list it for sale as well. People list vehicles on there as well.
Yeah, my mom is. I find my
Yeah.
house. And she got 1,000.
I need a truck. That's what I need right now. I need a truck. But I don't want to spend any more than 10K. And I need 2017 or newer. And I'm looking for, I want a Tundra.
200 miles.
No,
No.
It's gonna have to be.
less than 120. Because those things last forever. So it's a work truck. Anyhow, I'm driving to properties. I'm messing up my Tesla so bad. You were asking me about my Tesla. If you look on the inside of the trunk specifically, it's a work truck for me because I'm like putting concrete, grout in there, my tools, step ladders. Listen, I don't care about this car anymore because I bought it for like 50 and I thought I was getting a good deal on it because, and now it's worth 25. It's like the valuation is cut in half. So I'm like, I'm going to hold on to this thing forever and I'm not going to get rid of it. And it doesn't matter what I do to it. It's not like I'm going to drastically improve the value of it. Unless Tesla gives free self-driving to everybody, like when robocabs come out or something like that. You can send your vehicle out while you're sleeping and it will pick up people and drop them off and whatever. Yeah, the auction's on what, Wednesday? No, it's not on Wednesday. Oh, well, I was thinking of Mannheim specifically.
There's Tuesday, Wednesday. Not Thursdays for more.
Yeah.
Friday for.
I told my wife because I was like, okay, you can drive my Tesla, I'll drive the truck. And then she's like, yeah, but you got to get something like kind of nice. So that way, like if you need to take the Tesla to go to like an appointment, like meet with somebody or whatever, I'm not stuck with like a junker that's going to break down on me. Nah, Tundra. Tundra has a problem? Any problem with the transmission? With the Tundra? No? Okay. Engine problems? Okay. But 2017 is good? All right. I mean, I would expect a salesperson to say that,
I mean, I can sell
My
anything.
husband just
Not
sold
just
his Tundra,
Huh?
and he was having a lot of recall.
With what? The Tundra?
Yeah, but recall.
What year? What year?
Thank you.
23?
Yeah,
Okay.
new ones.
The newer ones. Okay. All right. Anyhow, number 3, what'd you get?
B.
Means refers to distance. Bounds refers to direction. So it's B as in Bravo. 4. Just shout out what you got. It's C as in Charlie. 5. The answer is in the question.
C.
Look what it says. 3 Township Tier South. T3S. What answer has T3S? B as in Bravo. 6.
B.
C as in Charlie. 7.
B.
Yeah, when you intersect township tier lines and range lines, you get a township 6 miles on each side. All right, vertical strip of land 6 miles wide, beginning at the principal meridian, extending 6 miles east along the length of the principal meridian.
R. A.
So imagine this dot is Tallahassee, which means the vertical line going through Tallahassee is called the what? Prime principal meridian. And they're basically saying if you move 6 miles to the east, what line do you end up at? Well, each one of these vertical lines 6 miles apart is a ranged line. And this would be the first in what direction? To the east. We're moving in the eastern direction, right? If we move 12 miles from the principal meridian, we would be at range 2 to the east. Remember, they're 6 miles apart, these range lines. So the answer is A is in Alpha. Okay, if you're located at this township, Tier 1 to the north, range 1 to the east. What's the township directly above that called? Well, if you're already at the first box above the baseline, what would the second box above the baseline be called? Tier 2 to the north. And the range doesn't change because they didn't ask you to go to the west or to the east. They just said one above. So you're still within the same range. Pun intended. Let's continue on. 10. D is in Delta. 11. What's the standard sequence? B is in Bravo. STR. Remember STR. 12. This one I have to show you. I have to show you a depiction of it. The northern boundary of Section 36, Tier 1 to the south, Range 1 to the west is located. Let me show you what it looks like. This dot is Tallahassee, which means the horizontal line going through it is called a what? Baseline, and the vertical line going through it is called a what? Prime meridian, okay? So you got west, and this is east, and this is north and south. All right, and we're at the first box below the baseline, that's T1S. And we're at the first box to the west of the prime meridian. Now, we know townships are created by intersecting tier lines and range lines. So this is a township, which is how many miles on each side? 6 miles. So if we draw out all 36, because 6 times 6 is 36, right? Let me show you what that might look like. Don't judge me. Not a competition, guys. Not a competition, guys. Sorry, this one's going to be skinny. But it will add up to 36 squares. So that's 6 by 6. How do you label each one of these? By the way, what are those squares called? Sections. So how many sections are in a township? And where do you start with section number 1? Northeast corner with section number 1. Look like this, and you label in a what type of fashion? Exactly. Until you get to section number, what was the last one? 36. And what a coincidence. It says we're located on the northern boundary of what? Section 36 of this township that I just depicted for you guys. So that's the northern boundary. Now, out of the answers provided, which one is accurate? It can't be A. It cannot be A. The reason why, because it says 6 miles south of the prime meridian. Well, the prime meridian is going from north to what? How do you find 6 miles south of a line that's vertical? There's no way to find this specific point. And don't assume you're starting at Tallahassee. We never mentioned that. So that answer is out. B, can't be B, because it says 35 miles west of the baseline. Well, the baseline is going from west to what? How do you find 35 miles west of a line that's already west to east? You can find 35 miles west of a vertical line because that's a starting point, moving in a perpendicular direction, right? Now, C logically makes sense, but it doesn't work for what we're looking for because it says 25 miles west of the principal meridian. We know the vertical line going through Tallahassee is the principal meridian, right? This is the line, correct? And we're right here, section 36, northern boundary. We're only within 1 mile of the prime meridian. Remember, each section, each one of these small boxes is 1 mile apart, right? They're 1 mile on each side. So we're only within 1 mile. 25 miles would be, well, this is 6. This is 12, 18, 24, 25 will be all the way out here. So it doesn't work. But so it's got to be D. Let's see if it's true. 5 miles south of the baseline. Look up here. This is the baseline. Each one of these sections is 1 mile apart. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that accurate? So the correct answer is D is in Delta. Yeah, it wouldn't work. I mean, would, if you had to start at Tallahassee, which was not something that we described, and hopefully you didn't think that that was the case, it's a common mistake to pick A, but it's D. Exactly. So what does that mean for you as a test taker? When in doubt, draw it out. They give you a scrap sheet of paper when you're taking your state exam. Utilize that scrap sheet of paper. Draw out your own diagram or chart or formula or whatever the case may be. And that will reveal the answer to you. If you try to do it in your head, you can easily get confused. So draw it out. Yes. Absolutely. And that's a test taking tip I'm going to provide to you. I'm going to give you some advice in regard to that. I'm glad you said that because you're right on track. Now, number 13, what'd you get? D is in Delta. 14. B is in Bravo. And 15. D is in Delta. No, actually, no. It's B is in Bravo. Sorry, that was a test. What was the question? 14? Yes, I can do 14. It says he owns a northwest quarter of an entire section, right? So let's unpack that. A section is 1 square mile, right? Which is how many acres? 640 acres. Are you with me so far? And it says that he owns 1/4 of an entire section. So what did you have to do? Divide it by?
2.
You divide it by 4. But then he sold half of it. So then you would divide by what? Divide by 2. That's the correct procedure. He owns 1/4 of a section, but we know a section is 640 acres. So you divide by 1/4, and that's what he owned originally, but then he sold half. So you divide it by 2. And tell me what you get.
Okay, that's why I'm like looking at 3 different, but I don't need to include that very first, part of the question.
Mathematically, you need to know it. So 640 acres is the amount of acres within a section. It says he owns 1/4 of a section. So to figure out, you need to know that. Yes, you need to know that. He owns 1/4 of an entire section. That's what we did here. Look, we took 640, which is a section, and you divided by 4. That's what he owns. If you did the math, you would have got 160 acres.
Yeah, I'm asking what 1/4 of that.
So check it out. Look, 640 acres is an entire section, but it says he owns 1/4. So you divide it by 4 and you get 160. But then he sold half of it. So divide by 2 and he's left with 80 acres. That's it. Any questions here? All right. We're making good. Let's take a break. Yes. Number 9. Okay. So once again, what's going on with that? Once again, if you're located at Tier 1 to the north, Range 1 to the east, what's the township directly above that called? Well, if you're already at the first box above the baseline, what's the second box called? Tier 2 to the north. Let me give you a visual. T1S R1E, right? That's the township you're located within, correct? They want to know the one directly above that. That's not going to be exact, all right? So, actually, no, I tested you guys. You guys didn't correct me here. It's T1N, right? It's T1N. So look up here, real quick. This is the baseline, right? That's the baseline, imagine. And the first box above the baseline is Tier 1 to the north. So that means if they're asking you for this one directly above, you're at Tier what? 2 to the north. The one above that would be what? Tier 3 to the north. And continues on. They didn't tell you to go to the west or to the east. They just said the one directly above it. Yeah, to the north. You got to get practice with it. Okay. Yeah, that's not mainly how you're going to be tested on your exam based on this unit. Well, the way you're going to be tested is most likely the acres.
But like, say,
2-3 questions on your state exam from this unit, and most likely it's going to be that math that we saw that's so easy. Yes, question.
so like, what do you think like, we want this way sign on this, or things like say that all.
I don't want to say that, okay? And you can't force me to say it, but because I want you guys to have be well-rounded when you're taking your state exam. Are there units that have a higher percentage than others? Yes. And what I can do is I can share with you the most important units in the textbook. Okay? And I want you to write these down. No? The flashcards are all the terminology, all the real estate terminology, so it's comprehensive. But if I were to tell you the most important units in the textbook, I would say it would be 4, 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 16. The joke I always get, so funny, that's all the units. It's not. Count them. How many did I give you? 9. How many units are in your textbook? 19. I cut your textbook in half. You're welcome. I'm not saying the other units are irrelevant. I'm just saying that some units are more important than others, and these are the more important units. So you need to focus more of your study efforts towards understanding the details of these units versus the others. Okay, if you harness the understanding of these units, you should be in good shape for state exam purposes. Question? No. Not once. But are you going to be tested on it? Listen, I didn't pass my state exam on my first attempt. Did I share that with you? I got a 74 on my first attempt. I missed by 1 flipping point. So 1 point, could that mean the difference between pass and fail? You need every point that you can get. Don't cut corners and think, okay, it's irrelevant, I'm barely going to be tested on it. That could be the difference maker. Every question is important. Anyhow, let's take a break. I want you guys to be back at 6:10. And it's white. That's just my color. What year is it?
16.
16. A little bit outside of my range. What's the MMR on it?
You can ask a question, you can take it.
No, I'm gonna sign.
Oh, you're gonna take it.
How many owners?
Hold on, let me pull it up.
What's the CR?
Doesn't have a CR.
Doesn't have a CR.
No, it's.
We can't hear.
This whole time? You guys gotta let me know.
I thought you were still talking to the class.
No, I was teaching you guys.
The smile that you had on your face didn't look like I'm lecturing smile. It looked like I'm having fun with my class smile. So I apologize.
On page 246. On page 246. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes. Yep.
Basically, the whole page is relevant. Okay, nearly every business transaction is based on a contract. We talked about what a contract is. It's an agreement between two or more parties to do or to not do certain things. We're reviewing now. Underlying every contract is the promise to do or to not do certain things. Preparation of contracts. It says if you want to draw up a contract, legal document, you need a law license to do so. And you'll see the types of contracts that you're not allowed to prepare as a licensed real estate agent. Deeds, mortgages, promissory notes, most other legal documentation. And if you try to, you could lose your license regardless of whether or not you get compensated for doing so. That could result also in a third-degree felony. Now, authority. Real estate licensees may not draw up lease agreements because they have to comply with Florida standards. But you can fill in the blanks on residential lease agreements that have been pre-approved by the Florida Supreme Court and do not exceed 1 year. Question. Like you just drawing up a contract because you think you know what you're doing and you're drafting legal terminology to make it enforceable in the court of law. That's not something that we're qualified to do. Don't try to put yourself in that capacity. But then we come across the type of contracts that you can prepare as a real estate professional. Listing agreement, employment contract with a seller, buyer brokerage agreement, employment contract with a buyer, sale contract. This is a contract between seller and buyer for purchase and sale of real estate. And I mentioned I would come back to an option contract. So I'm pretty sure you're all caught up because of now what we see on page 247. Okay, what we see on page 247 is you need to know what it takes to make a contract valid. Valid contracts contain the 4 essential elements. Anything else is additional, unnecessary, but it must contain these 4 essential elements for the contract to be valid. Acceptable. Let's go through each one of these so we can better understand. The first stipulation is that the parties to the contract must be what? Competent. What's competent mean? Of sound mind and of legal what? Perfect. It has to be, you have to offer something within the agreement and have it accepted by another party. We refer to this as mutual what? Mutual assent, or a meeting of the minds. So something's offered within the agreement, accepted by another party. This is a stipulation to make a contract valid. And this is essentially for contracts of any type to be acceptable. And you could actually write that down. It's contracts of any type. To be considered valid, it has to have these 4 essentials. All right. Has to be something legal you're doing within the agreement. This is why drug dealers don't have contracts between one another. If something goes wrong in a drug deal, you don't take them to court. You handle it on the streets, right? So, has to be something legal you're doing within the agreement. That is one of the conditions, or the essential elements as they describe it. And consideration, it means what you're exchanging the promise for. It could be exchanged for one of two types of consideration. And you'll see this actually on the next page, but it is something we described in a previous unit. Go to page 248. Here are the two forms of discrimination, or not discrimination, consideration, caught in a previous unit. Valuable consideration. This means you exchange the promise to do or to not do certain things for cash or something measured in terms of money. Somebody gave you money and says, you're not supposed to do something. And you sign an agreement that says you're not supposed to do something, for instance. Or you can exchange for what type of consideration? We talked about valuable. What next? Which means you exchanged the promise for what? Love and or affection. So if you have an agreement to give property to your child, what type of consideration do you think that's most likely out of? Valuable or good? Most likely it's good consideration, just makes sense. Now, something very important. You'll probably be tested on this in a number of ways, and you'll see it for your homework tonight. There is an additional requirement for contracts that do what? Look, I'm highlighting it. That convey. What does convey mean? Transfer. Interest. What does interest mean? If you have an interest in real property, ownership rights. So let's read it again. There's an additional requirement for contracts transferring interest, ownership rights, and real property, and all contracts that are not to be completed within 1 year of the date created. Must be what? What is the condition? Must be in writing and signed to be what? Enforceable in the court of law. That means if something goes wrong, hold them legally accountable. Sue them because they don't perform. And that's the statute of frauds requirement. This is how they describe it. So what contracts am I referring to that have to be in writing and signed to be able to enforce them in the court of law if something goes wrong? That's the list we see in front of us. Purchase and sale, option contracts, deeds, mortgage instruments, lease, listing, buyer agreements for a term of longer than what time frame? 1 year, just as they describe, not to be performed within 1 year, longer than 1 year. Must be what? What's the condition? What's the stipulation? What is statute of frauds all about? Must be in writing and signed to be enforceable. So what does that mean? It means that if the lease agreement is not over 1 year, it doesn't necessarily have to be in writing and signed to be enforceable in the court of law if something goes wrong. Be able to take them to court, and you have to somehow prove that they didn't comply. First of all, that you had an agreement because it's verbal, right? And then be able to provide some type of evidence that you had an agreement and that they did not comply with that agreement. But at that point, it's all he say, what? She say. We call that hearsay in the court of law. And it's very difficult to enforce something that's not in writing. That's why the statute of frauds exists mainly, but it's for what we see on this list. Question?
They don't sign the contract or the lease agreement, you can still enforce the contract.
You have to prove that there was an agreement between one another. If you tried to provide them an agreement and they didn't sign, and you continued verbally still with the agreement, that would be a different story. But it's all circumstantial. I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly because it's based on the scenario. Now, the statute of limitations is the time limit to force somebody to comply with their obligations, whatever is stipulated in the agreement. For a written contract, within how much time do you have to enforce in the court of law? Essentially, take them to court and force them to fulfill their obligations or sue them for some type of, restitution because you lost some money because they didn't perform. If it's a verbal contract, like that lease agreement, less than a year, you have within how much time to enforce in the court of law? 4 years. This is the statute of limitations. Maybe you've heard this on some crime fighting TV show, Law and Order, NCIS, or one of those TV shows. It's past the statute of limitations. You can't get me. You might have heard that before. Okay. Well, not for RICO. Not for RICO cases. And that's what they're getting him for. And I think also for sexual abuse as well. Or SA, essentially. Yes.
Statute of frauds. Does the statute of limitations, like, do they go together? Or is
With
it
what?
two separate, completely different?
Statute of frauds and statute of limitations. Two separate things. So the statute of frauds says that the contract has to be in writing and signed if you want to enforce it in a court of law. If something goes wrong. But then the statute of limitations is the time limit. If they don't comply, if they break their agreement, we might call it breach. Have you ever heard of breaching the contract? What's the time limit to take them to court over them not performing?
This is that, after the frauds, like.
Statute of frauds is separate. Statute of frauds has nothing to do with fraud per se, okay? It has to do with the structure of the agreement. It has to be in writing and signed to be enforceable in the court of law. That means if something were to go wrong later on, if there was breach, the court of law would say, hey, listen, if it's a real estate contract, that's on that list. Do you see it? Purchase and sale contract on the statute of frauds list. It's the first item. If you and I have a contract for purchase and sale of real estate, we have an agreement that you're going to buy my property, just as a hypothetical, and you don't perform your obligation as the contract states. That contract would have to be in writing and signed if I want to take you to court. If it's not in writing and signed, the judge says, too bad, so sad. Should have got it in writing. That's statute of frauds. It's a statute of frauds requirement. Put that afterwards. Statute of frauds requirement. That will help you frame it a little bit better. Now, if you go to page 249, we see this acronym that's used to help you recall the elements of not just a valid, but also what? An enforceable real estate sale contract specifically. Those of you who have kids, raise your hand. Okay. If you have kids, you know what colic is. Maybe it's called something different in a different language, but we know what colic is. It's when a baby has gases, is irritable, and won't stop crying as a result of it. Yeah. We recognize already, if you can recall, these four to make a contract what? Starts with a V. Valid, right? But then we added one more element to make it what? Starts with an E. Enforceable. So do you see this? So just to make the contract valid, acceptable, you have to be dealing with competent parties, offer and acceptance, legal purpose, and consideration. But then we added one additional element for real estate sale contracts. That's included, that's on that list. Has to be in writing and signed to be enforceable in the court of law if something goes wrong, if somebody doesn't fulfill their obligations. And that's the statute of frauds requirement that we just got done talking about and reviewing. Well, it depends. For what is the oral contract for? It can't be for what we have on this list.
For sale, no.
You can't have verbal for what we see on this list. Because for those contracts, they have to be what? In writing and signed.
Could it be DocuSign or eSign?
Yeah, of course, those are acceptable.
That's why it's there. It says.
Well, if it's a lease and it's not over a year, then it doesn't have to be in writing and signed. But if a real estate professional is involved, of course, your advice is always to get everything in writing. Have it signed by all parties so that way it's easy to enforce. Okay. Let's move on to the bottom of page 249. We see contracts and what? Let's go through this list. A contract is valid if it contains all of the essential elements. Let's repeat. Competent parties, offer and acceptance, legal purpose, and consideration. Just to make it valid, just the 4 essentials. Void is if it's missing one or more of those elements. So, for instance, if there's something illegal in the contract is known as being what? It doesn't exist. Void means it doesn't exist.
There's one thing, the whole contract is-
It's void. The contract basically doesn't exist because it violates one of those 4 core essential elements to make the contract valid. Voidable means one of the parties within the agreement can get out if they choose. I'm going to come back to this, and I'll give you several examples. Enforceable, meaning that you can enforce in the court of law, and unenforceable is the opposite. You can't enforce in the court of law. That's all it means. And I give you an example of that. Let's continue. What I want to show you on page 250 is these different sets of contracts that we should be familiar with. Let's go through it together. The first set of contracts is formal versus what? Informal. Then we come across bilateral, unilateral. You'll be tested on that. Class exam question, lock that in. I'll give you a moment to do so. Okay. It continues on to the next page. On page 251, this example is similar to what you might see for your exam question. Same exam question, 85. Definitely take a note. You should be writing down each one of these numbers. What I've seen people do, just so they can find those specific pieces of content, is fold over the corner of the page. They call it dog ear, okay? So that way you can find it. Or some people, they invest in getting the tabs. They put tabs where every class exam question is, and then they make their own study guide. Fair enough. Good on you. If you continue at the bottom, highlight this, another class exam question here. Okay, but what I just skipped over is summarized for us here on this chart. I'm going to go through each one of these sets of contracts. The first set of contracts is formal versus informal. And this is very simple. Check this out. Formal means the contract is in what? So therefore, informal means the contract is not in writing. And yes, there's other names for contracts that are not in writing. Verbal, oral, or parole. And this is a French term. You know this. Parole or pero. Okay, there you go. Which means in words in French. But it derives from the French language, which is nice. But then we come across bilateral versus unilateral. What's the difference? Well, bilateral is where both parties are obligated to the contract as it states. Both parties are obligated. To help you remember, think of a bicycle. I know we speed it up, we say bicycle, but it's really a bicycle. And if you break it down, what does bi mean? It means both. So a bicycle requires the use of both wheels to operate. This will help you remember. Same with a bilateral contract. Requires both parties participate and are obligated to their stipulations, their requirements. Then we come across a unilateral contract. What's the prefix of the word unilateral? It's uni, which means one. Exactly. Think of a unicycle. The unicycle requires the use of one wheel to operate. But this is the one I want to describe to you. Bilateral, very simple to understand. Both parties are obligated, but the unilateral needs some additional explanation. When does it exist where only one party is obligated to perform and the other party can get out if they choose? Because that's what's described here. One party's obligated, add this to the end of it. Add this. And we actually described this briefly a moment ago, but add this to the end, if I can stretch this out. While the other party may void. So that's why we refer to these contracts as being voidable. You understand why? Because one party can get out if they choose. They don't have to perform as the contract states. So you're probably wondering, okay, Michael, what's an example of this? Well, I'm going to share 3 examples with you. We're going to go through it together. 3 examples. I want you to write these down. The first example is a brokerage incentive. As an example, let's just say I'm your broker. I decide to add an incentive within the month of March. I tell you that if you hit a certain amount of sales volume, then I'm going to give you an additional bonus. But why is this an example of a unilateral agreement? Who must comply? The broker or the associate?
Associate.
Well, here's the thing.
No, the broker has the obligation to do it.
Yeah.
So is it the broker or is it the associate? Who's obligated and who can get out if they choose? Who does not have to perform?
The broker.
The broker.
The broker must perform. The associate can get out if they choose.
So
You understand why? Yeah, exactly. Because if the associate does not perform, it just means they won't get the what? They won't get the bonus. But if you do hit the certain amount of sales volume that's required to get the bonus, then the broker must provide that bonus to you. So the broker has to comply. One party must comply and the other party can get out if they choose. So that's an example of a unilateral agreement. One party must perform, the other party does not have to. Another example of this, yes, it would be voidable for that reason by the associate. Because they don't, no, I mean, most likely not. Yeah, if I'm just,
Come after them, said it, and if there's witnesses that heard him.
right, you'd have to somehow prove it, but of course, yeah, there's witnesses, you get testimony, if it comes to that, but most likely. Another example of this is conveying property to a minor. Are you allowed to convey property to a minor? Are you allowed to transfer property to a minor? No.
Because you can.
The person, the grantee, the party that's receiving ownership rights, do they have to be competent? Or even sign the deed? No. The person giving must be competent, but the party receiving, the grantee, does not. So, yes, you're allowed to convey property to a minor. Yes, you can have an agreement to do so. But this is another example of a what type of contract? Unilateral.
Lateral.
Who must perform, the adult or the minor? The adult. Who can get out if they choose anytime? Yeah, because they're not competent. Exactly. And the last example of this is an option contract. So this is what I mentioned that I'm offering right now for a few of my properties. I'm offering an option contract. It's also called a lease option. Some people might refer to this as rent to own. You've heard of rent to own before, right? It's structured as a lease. And at the end of the lease, you have the right to purchase. So it might be structured in a few different ways, depending on how much you have to give as a down payment. They call it an option fee. And how much of the rent is going to go towards the purchase price every single month. Everything's negotiable. But at the end of the lease, when you decide you want to purchase that property, does the owner have to sell it to you?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the option. Or the option is to walk away. And that's why most likely a down payment is required when you sign the lease option agreement to incentivize you moving forward with purchasing the property. For instance, what I usually do is about 10 grand. You got to give a $10,000 down payment. You sign a lease agreement. We can stretch the lease over 2-3 years. That's fine. But at the end of the 2-3 years, you have to move forward with the purchase. If you don't, you forfeit the down payment. So, but that's the option, right?
Set price before.
What was that?
You couldn't change the price later on.
No, this is a good question. Can I change the price later on? No. So we're locked in. If I say, I'm going to sell you the property for $375,000, it's going to be $375 at the end of the 2-3 years. Even if it's worth more. Might be worth less. But that's the agreement.
And you don't have to keep that 10,000 in your bank account. You can spend that for other businesses.
I could use it. It's mine. It's non-refundable.
Not a deposit.
It's a non-refundable deposit is what it is. It's called an option fee. Why would somebody do it? Well, so many people would do it. Imagine somebody's not qualified like you were when you bought your property. Maybe they have to get their financial situation in order. And it could take them 2-3 years to do so. Meanwhile, they don't want to just throw their money out the window as rental payments. They want that rent to be worth something. So they know at least that rent I pay, a portion of it is going towards buying this property that I want. Well, I mean, that's what I negotiate. So for instance, maybe I require $1,800 as a monthly rental payment. Maybe $800 of that is going towards the purchase price every single month. Where do you get that? You know, it's like, it's a very attractive option to somebody who's not qualified at that moment to get financing. Exactly. Yeah. A lot of time, the people that message me about it, I get messages all the time. They're like, okay, so what's the catch? If they read through the details that I put in the listing description, it sounds like a dream. But some people have fear of the unknown. Well, you could lose $10,000, but don't lose it. Buy it at the end of the agreement.
Then they might not like
In this case, Michael, please.
Yes.
In this unilateral agreement, like the owner of the property, he can't get out, right? Once he offered the option for a lease agreement, for example, the renter can walk away and he can't.
Yes. The owner cannot.
Okay.
At the end of the lease agreement, I have to sell it to that tenant / prospective buyer for the amount that we negotiated.
Mm-hmm.
So I could lose too. The property might appreciate in value. It might go up 20%. I lose out on that appreciation.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the risk I take as well.
Yeah.
And then you see express versus implied. If you want something to be included with purchase and sale of real estate, you should always express or put it in words. Do you see that? Put it in the contract. But when you imply something, it means it's not in words. It's not in the agreement, but it's implied. It's assumed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yes, but in a different way. It's implied, yes. We could kind of say that you're a transaction broker. It's assumed in the state of Florida. But for instance, it's like when you go into a restaurant, you sit down, you order a meal. Do you sign a contract between you and the owner of the restaurant that says you're going to pay what at the end of the meal? Your bill? No, you don't. But if you try to dine and ditch, right? Could they prosecute you even though there's not a contract between you and them? Yes. I haven't heard of that. Maybe they'll just take their time and look at security cameras and so forth. Yeah, I think that's California. And that's changed, by the way. In California, that's changed.
some kids ran off and like all these services, but it was like right under 500. So cops came and said, legally, we can't do anything, but you can just tell them they can't come to your.
Oh, but that's not the services, that's.
That's a service.
Yeah, that's the services.
That's like a restaurant, no?
No.
You're buying a product, which is the food.
And you're buying the product, which is your nail. Like you take it with you. I mean, that's
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that specifically. I don't want to give my 2 cents on it, but we know the difference between right and wrong, right? Regardless. Anyhow, when a contract has not been completed, it's called executory. Therefore, if a contract has been completed, it's known as being what? Executed. We also use that term, an executed agreement, to describe a contract that has been completely filled out and signed by all parties. Have you ever heard a real estate agent say, oh, we have a fully executed contract? So it could be used for that circumstance as well. Let's continue. Let's move on to contract negotiation. And at the end of line 13, highlight this. In the normal sequence of forming an agreement, contract, one party begins by making a what? The person giving the offer is called the offer giving. And the person receiving is the offeree. We'll see that in front of us. Offer or, person giving, offeree, party receiving. You understand? Okay. So let's discuss how the negotiation process works. Specifically, what we see on line 34. An offer is terminated by any of the following reasons. And remember, termination in real estate is not necessarily canceling, breaking. It means to end. So how an offer is ended in the negotiation process is what we're going to see in front of us. No. So ended means it's finished. So how do we end the negotiation process between, let's just say, a seller and a buyer?
Both parties sign.
Well, that's what we're going to go through. We have to understand the various ways to terminate. Let's go through it together. And it forms the acronym WILDCARD. Gotta love these acronyms. Let's go through each one of these on the list so you can better understand. W stands for what? This means before the offeree has a chance to consider your offer, the offeror withdrew. That's one way an offer might be terminated in the negotiation process.
The offer is the one giving you the offer.
Yeah. And the offeree is the party receiving. Think of an employer and employee. Employer is giving the job, employee is the one receiving it. Insanity is, interesting enough, one way to terminate an offer. For instance, you say, I was insane to offer you $1 million for your property. I don't know what I was thinking. I got caught up in the moment. It was temporary insanity, but you have to somehow prove insanity. Good luck with that. Yeah. Lapse of time, the time is expired for the offer. That's going to be detailed in your contract. If you look at a sale contract, purchase and sale of real estate, your offer has conditions. Your offer is on a sale contract. So you're working maybe with a real estate agent, or when you become an agent yourself, you're helping your buyer fill out a sale contract. And they're going to sign because they agree to the terms that they're proposing. If the seller likes those terms, they sign as well. Now you have a fully executed contract. Both parties accept. That's one way to terminate. But your offer has an expiration date. It's going to be detailed in the contract. So if you give them by the end of the next business day to decide, that's going to be written in the agreement. And what happens if it exceeds that time? Offer is terminated. Ended, yes. Death. If anybody dies, you can't force somebody to complete a contract from beyond the grave. Counter offer. You make an offer on my property, I don't like it. I submit a counter offer for something more attractive in my eyes. As soon as I submit the counter offer back to you, what did I do to your previous offer? Terminated. Every new offer terminates the what? So can we go backwards? No. Let's just say hypothetically, I made a counter offer to you and you don't like it. You're turned off. You don't want to buy my property anymore. Can I say, well, wait a second. No, I had a chance to look over your previous offer and I think it's fair. I'm just going to sign the previous offer. Can I do that? No, that offer doesn't exist anymore. It's terminated.
Counter offer again.
Well, of course, in order to move forward, you'd have to submit an entirely new offer for it to be considered all over again.
You can stand on the previous.
Yeah, you could just resubmit the original offer, but you have to do that. You can't just get them to sign the old contract that you submitted.
But you can go,
It doesn't exist anymore because you already submitted the counter offer.
but the seller can go and say, oh, I would accept that offer now that I thought of it.
Of course.
Again.
Yeah, of course. That happens all the time.
So.
You say, hey, listen, this buyer backed out. It turns out they weren't serious. Are you still interested in the property? Okay, my seller is willing to consider that previous offer you submitted. And then they would have to submit it all over again for it to be considered. Yeah. Hold the property for somebody? Yeah, all the time. Yeah, I just dealt with it, I don't know, like a week ago. I had somebody that, see, I like to deal with people that have urgency. In my business, I don't like the people that say, okay, I'll let you know in a few days. And I love telling that person that it's no longer available when they try to contact me in a few days.
I'm gonna talk to my husband. This is-
I love that situation. I love being that person that says, oh, I'm sorry, you didn't want to move forward immediately. Oh, it's not available anymore, but good luck in your endeavors. You know, it's like, you should have made the decision. I don't want to deal with undecisive people, you know? And then you got to hold their hand and all that stuff. That side of the business, I just don't enjoy. I like to do business in a very quick and efficient manner. So people want to sit on their hands. They want to think about it. Oh, I need until this and that. A lot of people are like this. In sales, you're going to encounter these people. And it's very difficult to deal with those individuals, especially if you're trying to run a business. So yes, I said, listen, I'll give you until, whatever date.
So, you think you should reserve or not? They're being.
Well, here's the thing. This one party in particular, I told them that I would reserve it for you, but you have to pay a certain amount of money. And then they said, okay, let me tell you tomorrow or something like that. I said, okay, fine. I'll give them a day. And then tomorrow comes and then they disappear. And then it's like, okay, all right. And then they finally respond to me and say, yeah, just give me one more day. And then maybe I'll be nice and okay, whatever, I'll give them one more day. And then it just drags on. I don't want to deal with those individuals, It happens in the business. Acceptance. We already talked about this. If I accept your offer, we're no longer negotiating. It terminates the offer because now we have a completely executed, contract. Rejection, I don't have to accept. I could just say no. If you get a rejection on the offer you submit for one of your buyers, you need to figure out what's going on. Don't let that be the end of the story for you. Follow up with them and say, hey, listen, I got a rejection from you guys. Why don't you just submit a counter offer? My buyer is still interested in purchasing your property. I mean, what's going on here? You're kind of taking us out of the game by just rejecting. It's usually one of two things. It's either you insulted them with your first offer, you're too far apart, which I've insulted a lot of people in the business. It's just nature of the game. And then the second reason is they probably accepted another offer for somebody that submitted something a little bit more attractive. But you need to know that. And listen, if I'm dealing with that type of person, I think it's unprofessional. Because I'm going to contact that agent and I'm going to say, hey, listen, if you had a competing offer, why didn't you share that with me? At least you give me an opportunity to go to my buyer and say, hey, listen, there's a competing offer. Do you want to give a little bit more? If you really love this property and want to secure it for you and your family, this is what it takes. They didn't even give me the opportunity to do that. So it's just unprofessional and it's not smart business sense as a salesperson because you want a bidding war for your seller, right? Don't you want competing offers? And yeah. And there's nothing unethical about it. Everybody wins. You win too, because the higher the purchase price, the more commission you make, correct? There's nothing wrong with that. Your seller's going to be happy. And the buyer, if they really want it, if they're competing against somebody else, submit your highest and best, right?
So, besides, if somebody already made an offer that you accepted, why do you think people reject, like, maybe, the cash flow? Maybe they just don't want to do it this anymore?
Because you probably insulted them with your first offer. If you lowball them, maybe they think it's like if you insult somebody, like, all right, let's just say you listed a property at $200,000, but I offer you $100,000. You're thinking, who is this joker, right? Offer me $100,000. They're not serious. Just reject the offer. So it might be one of those things. But I would counter offer. Maybe I emailed them and say, hey, listen, we'll go to like 190, and then just see what they say. And most likely they're going to disappear if they lowball you that much.
Let's say I signed the contract, there's that 30 days until you close. What if someone comes in, asks the agent, like, I have a cash offer today, give you full price? Could the agent be like, okay, your contract's canceled?
No, I've been a part of deals where that has happened. So she was saying, what happens if you're under contract already with a buyer that's going to get a loan, but then you have a cash buyer come in and they're very aggressive. They want to get the property no matter what. I've had negotiated where that cash buyer paid the other buyer to get out of the agreement, to terminate. No. Actually, that buyer,
They don't have
if that buyer wasn't like, you know, so in love with the property, it was just like a property that they really liked. And then this cash buyer saying, hey, I'll pay you $10,000 to get out of the agreement so I could take your place and I could buy this property cash. They just got 10 grand just for signing an agreement, essentially. And that happens in the business. Yeah. All parties agree to it.
But that roof is gonna be big, they did all that work and got no money, but their buyer just got 10K.
Oh, the buyers. Yeah. I mean, yeah, well, they could compensate their agents still. They can give them a little something if that's what they want to do. Not that it's required, but you're going to go through agents. Yeah, I mean, if you're represented, you're represented when it comes to negotiations. Everything goes through the agent so that way they can look out for your best interests and make sure all parties are protected.
About that happening.
No, there's nothing wrong with that at all. Yeah, it's acceptable. And then destruction of the property. You make an offer on a property, but it's wiped out by a hurricane, Milton, or whatever the case may be, then yeah, it would terminate the offer. You have the right to do so. Okay, let's take, well, actually, we're almost at break time. 7:10 would be the break time, right? Let me talk about termination of contracts now. This is going to be brief. We just got done talking about the various ways to terminate an offer. Now let's talk about termination of contracts. And there's various ways to do so. Now the state exam might ask you, what's the best way to terminate? Your answer is in front of you. Starts with P. What is it? Yeah, everybody got what they wanted. Buyer said they would buy, they bought it. Seller said they would sell, they sold it. We got paid our commission, we all walk away happy. It's the best way to end things, right? Everybody performed. Performance. Exactly. But there's various ways. Mutual rescission. It's not working out for both sides. Exactly. Both sides decide to cancel. We just got done talking about that. Impossibility of performance. Well, there's two reasons. Destruction or what? Death. If the property is destroyed or somebody dies, it would terminate. That's impossibility of performance. That's how we describe it. Lapse of time. I mean, here's the thing. If they can't function at all, but maybe they really want to move forward even though they're ill, but you might have to extend it. And that's kind of what we see here. Hold on one second. Lapse of time. The time has expired to close on the property, to coordinate the closing. There's going to be a closing date on the sale contract. You understand that, right? So if the buyer, for instance, is not ready, willing, or able to purchase by the closing date, that could terminate the agreement. And the seller might want to keep their what? We'll talk about it. What I'm describing to you is not just a lapse of time, but also breach. That means somebody breaks their promise, fails to perform. Let's actually talk about the various ways to do so. Of course, yeah. So what he's describing is, can you do an addendum? It's called an extension addendum. That's in addition to the contract, the original agreement. And you could, both parties sign an extension to close a week later, maybe because the buyer needs more time to arrange financing. This happens all the time in our business, especially if we're talking about certain type of loan programs that take a little bit longer to close. But you might be wondering, okay, what if somebody breaks their promise? How do you resolve this? That's what we see here. Yeah, that could be one way. Check it out. Remedies, solutions if somebody breaks their promise, if somebody breaches. The first is called specific what? Yeah, it means you take them to court. And look up here. A judge forces them to, oops, I'm highlighting the wrong thing. Forces them to perform specific acts or obligations. Let me give you an example of this. You have a contract for purchase and sale of real estate between a seller and a buyer. The seller gets cold feet by the closing date. They don't want to sell the property anymore. I got too many memories in this property. I raised my kids in this house. My son, my daughter just had their first child. I'm going to be a grandparent. I want them to enjoy this house. I don't want to sell it to you anymore. This happens in the business. So you can actually, the buyer can sue if the buyer is ready, willing, and able by the closing date. Well, the seller was supposed to sell, right? So the buyer can take them to court and the judge would force them to perform, sell the property. That's one way to resolve. That's a solution, a remedy, a cure for breach. The next one is called what type of damages? This is where the injured party claims what specifically? The earnest money deposit is being claimed. You remember the EMD, the deposit that the buyer gives to let the seller know they're serious about purchasing? When you make an offer and the offer is accepted, the buyer has to give a deposit within a certain time period. This is all negotiable, of course. So if the buyer is not ready to move forward by the closing date, they're in breach, and the seller says, a solution, remedy, I'm going to keep their what? Their deposit. And that could be one way to resolve. Rescission means the injured party just wants to do what? Cancel. Cancel, yeah, they want to cancel. That's what you see here. And then compensatory damages. How is it different from liquidated? I need it to get your attention real quick. If we're talking about the deposit and the deposit only being claimed because a party breaches the sale contract, that's called liquidated damages. If the injured party tries to sue for more, anything over the deposit, that's called what? Compensatory damages. So this is how you can figure out the difference for exam purposes, because this is something you could be tested on. Once again, if the injured party claims the deposit only because of breach, liquidated. Anything more, if they say anything more that's trying to be claimed beyond the deposit, that's compensatory. Make sense? Okay? Yes. Absolutely. All right. We're almost at break time. Assignment and ovation. What is assignment of contract? Yeah, you're transferring your rights and duties under the contract to another party. But if you want to accomplish that in our business, all parties must sign something called a novation agreement. What's the novation agreement? It allows the substitution of a new party for the original party. So have you ever heard of wholesalers? You've heard of wholesalers? Okay. It's a popular thing nowadays. You don't need a real estate license to get in wholesaling, make money off of real estate. So you find a seller that's willing to sell their property for way less than market value. Maybe because it needs repairs and you couldn't sell it as a traditional sale, and they don't have money to, repair it. So you tell them, hey, listen, I can find an investor willing to pay you cash, for instance, and do it by this day. Really what they do is they sign a contract that says they're going to buy it, but then they take the right to purchase it and assign it to an investor who's willing to pay a little bit more than what they negotiated. So I find a seller that their house is worth 300, but I lock them into a contract for 200. Then I find an investor who's willing to pay 220. So I scrape that 20 grand off the top. That's for me, 200 for the seller. I don't like it, and it's going to change. It's going to change. I think the law is going to change with it. I purchased several deals through wholesalers, and every time I speak with the seller about it, they are livid. They're upset. They're pissed off. They're like, okay, well, I never agreed to those terms. I didn't know that you were going to buy the property from me. I thought they were going to buy it. They're confused. And then
And they don't even know
It's bypassing.
it's deceptive. It's deceptive. Here's the thing. What's the best case scenario for the seller? What should have they done with the property? They should have just sold the property themselves for a discount. But sometimes people go that route because they don't want to list it in the MLS and have showings of the property and all of this stuff. They don't want to deal with that. Maybe there's a path of least resistance, and maybe that's one way to do it. But to each their own.
And,
Anyhow.
If you were to ask the real estate agent,
Yeah.
would they have to disclose that
About what?
if they had an agreement with an investor?
Oh, the agent can't.
Well, the real estate agent's not going to be involved in the wholesaling.
Okay.
I mean, there are wholesalers that have a real estate license, but it's not like a function of our business. I'm just telling you that there's this thing called wholesaling that we don't talk about in the book that a lot of people are doing, and I wanted you to have a little bit of information about it.
But how are they able to make money without having a license?
Because there's a clause that says from the time you sign the sale contract to the closing date, you have equitable title in the property. And that manipulation of the rule allows you to make money off the real estate transaction. We saw equitable title in a later unit. I said wholesalers manipulate it, and we'll see it later on, but that's essentially what they do. You can. And I think if it's still going to be allowed into the future, you got to be silly as a wholesaler not to get a real estate license, because not all conversations you have with sellers are going to be a winner. You find a seller from a list, a foreclosure list. Their property is in foreclosure. And you say, hey, listen, I'll be willing to buy the property from you, but for X amount of dollars. They might know what their property is worth. My property is not worth that amount of money. My property is worth this amount of money. And then you lose that opportunity because they're stubborn and they're thinking, I wouldn't sell it to you for that amount. That's crazy. It's less than what I paid for, whatever the case may be. If you have a real estate license, you can change that conversation and say, I understand you don't want to try to wholesale it to an investor and you want to get market value. I can list it for you and try to find a buyer that's willing to pay market value. But you leave something on the table if you're just a wholesaler. If you have a real estate license, you can monetize every single conversation. Let's take a break. Be back at 7:30.
Okay. Page 256. Yes, page 256. The heading, we see contracts important to real estate. Naturally, the listing contract. There's a TV show dedicated towards this. It's called $1 Million What? Listing. If you've seen that TV show before, very entertaining, but it's all about getting that listing. Kind of sets a tone for the rest of the transaction and how it's going to go. A real estate transaction is usually initiated by listing a seller's property, putting it on the market, MLS, which gets spread across the internet, Zillow, Trulia, Realtor.com, and so forth. Then you have a buyer that sees it and might want to submit an offer on it by being while being represented by a real estate agent. So what we have here, we know what a listing contract is. It's an employment contract with the seller to list their property. We saw that earlier, but I want you to highlight this information. We see starting on line 16. I remember something about this being on my state exam. A listing contract must have the following features, information. With a listing contract, you have to have a definite what? Expiration date. So there's no such thing as an auto renew clause within a listing contract, especially because properties are taking a little bit longer to sell. You can't say, okay, well, we have a listing contract for 3 months, but if I can't find a buyer in 3 months, you have to give me an additional 3 months. We don't have those agreements. Actually, those are prohibited. And you'll see that further. Listings may not include an automatic renewal clause. You could be fined. May issue a $400 citation for doing so. Can't do it. So how would you proceed if you can't find a buyer within the listing contract term? Yeah, you have to get an entirely new listing contract signed with a new term. But once you get your foot in the door, it's a lot easier. And if they are reasonable, you can easily share with them statistics, data, and let them know, hey, the real estate market is a little bit soft right now. Actually, this is the best time for you to get your real estate license while the market is in its current condition, because now is the time to learn. The market, we're already seeing signs that it's picking back up. Springtime is a time when a lot of buyers re-enter the market. Exactly. They have that refund money, and maybe they use that as a down payment towards purchasing property. The 10-year yield or treasury bond has just dropped significantly. So we can expect that interest rates, mortgage rates are going to drop as well. Question?
Question about property management agreement. Can be auto renewal or not?
No.
No.
Nope. Types of listings. Let's go through it together. There's various types of listings. I think you're going to be tested on every single one of them. Okay, well, at least these two. Let's talk about the first one we encounter. Starts with an O. It's called what? And this one you probably don't like. The reason why is because the listing is open to any agency. Any brokerage can try to look for a buyer. Whoever finds a buyer first earns the what? The commission. That's why we don't like it, because, and I'm sure you would agree with this, we want exclusivity, don't we?
Absolutely.
And that's what we encounter on the next page, page 257. We have something called an exclusive agency listing. So what is this exclusive agreement all about? We got something that we wanted, which was exclusivity. However, it has a condition, a stipulation, that the seller can still try to look for a buyer. And if they find a buyer before you, they do not owe you a what? A commission. I've used this on a number of occasions. Yes, I've used it on a number of occasions. I'll explain why. Because you're going to come across people that just refuse to sign anything with you. They're going to be very stubborn on this. I'm not going to sign an agreement with you, let alone an exclusive agreement. I need my lawyer, whatever the case may be. People are stubborn in that regard. But I can present this, and I can kind of give them the illusion that they're in control of something, but still kind of get what I want as well. Let me explain. If somebody just refuses to sign an agreement with me, let alone an exclusive agreement, I'll present this one. And I'll mention to them, hey, listen, our brokerage, all we do is exclusive agreements. That's what you'll see at the top of this contract. However, you still have the right to look for a buyer on your own. And I think that's why you might be a little bit scared about signing an exclusive agreement with somebody. The fear of the unknown. What if I'm stuck with you? I encourage you, I'm going to give you the challenge right now. Go ahead and look for a buyer. And if you find one before me, you don't owe me a commission. How does that sound? And they'll take that bait. Okay, not that there's anything wrong with it, but you give them the illusion that they're in control of something, but you still get what you want. And I can almost guarantee you're going to find a buyer before them because they don't have the same tools to advertise the property that you do.
They have to sign.
They're going to put a sign in the front yard. They're going to put, I don't know, post it on their Facebook page or something like this. You have Zillow, Trulia, Realtor.com, the MLS. Come on. Anyhow.
Exclusive rights.
But the type of listing that your broker is going to encourage you to use is the exclusive right to sell listing agreement. I think the name gives it away, right?
Mm-hmm.
No matter who finds a buyer, you'll see this actually right here. The broker is assured a commission regardless of who sells the property. Do you see that on line 19? So it comes with, if you look right here, greatest protection for the broker. Gives the broker the greatest degree of protection. That means they're locked in for whatever time period is negotiated in that listing contract. You gave me 6 months to find a buyer. Only I have the right to try to find a buyer for you. And even if you find a buyer before me, your cousin comes from New York, and it turns out that they want to buy your property from you, you still owe me a commission. And I hate to break it to you, but your job doesn't end when a buyer is found. You still have to negotiate all the terms, arrange the contract, solidify the deal. That takes effort. And just know that if you have this agreement, you're entitled to your commission regardless. Okay?
How long do you typically get to sell a property? Do you say 6 months, 3 months, 30 days?
I get this question from time to time. Okay, like what time period should I negotiate to list somebody's property? What's the average?
6 months.
No, I'm going to tell you. Everything is data driven. It's data driven. When you have access to the MLS, you can see how long property in that same neighborhood is sitting on the market before it goes under contract. That information is provided to you. So you'll know that, imagine properties within that same subdivision are under contract in 3 months on average. Are you going to lock them down to a 1-year listing agreement? No, you're going to be strategic. You say, hey, listen, I'm so confident I can find a buyer for you. I'll give me 3 months. If I can't find a buyer in 3 months, you can fire me. That has strength to it, but they don't know that behind that is data that you've already collected and you know what you're doing from a position of knowledge
But if you don't
and
sell,
research.
but if you don't sell, you lost the commission. Fine.
Well, you might be able to agree.
Well, here's the thing. After 3 months, if they see your effort and your foot's already in the door, then, and you built that rapport with them, then yeah, you say, hey, listen, the market is tough. I can't find a buyer for you just yet. But if you give me another month, I'll find a buyer for you. Just give me one more month. Whatever, you know, everything's negotiable, isn't it? So I'll leave that in your hands. But we come across something referred to as a net listing. This is interesting. Let me explain it to you if I can get your attention. It's where the seller needs to net a certain amount of profit when the property is sold. And then based on the profit they need to make, you know what you need to sell it for. So you basically do your math backwards.
Wait, explain it again.
I'll give you another example, okay? Let's just say the seller says, I need to make at least $25,000 profit when we sell this property. But they owe $200,000 to the bank. So you know you need to sell it for at least $225,000 so they can pay the bank and make an extra 25 grand, right? I'm using very simple numbers. I'm not factoring in closing costs. I'm not factoring in commissions, which would change your math behind it. But if you want to play around with this, you can. You're not going to be tested on it for exam purposes. I'm going to tell you right now, but it's in the shaded box, just for future reference when you practice. I also included a handout for you guys. I even printed out handouts. Oh, all the other handouts are there. Let's continue on. Go to page 258. We're going to skip down on page 258. Line 25, we see brokers what? This is stuff we already know. The amount of commission compensation you make as an associate is dictated by the agreement you have with your employer, right? Every brokerage has their own commission structure, compensation plan. So that's what you look towards. Now, the amount of commission is always what? Between all parties involved. Okay? Broker and buyer or seller, owner, tenant. When do you get paid your commission? Typically at the closing.
15 days.
At the closing. At the closing is when you get paid. Listen, I'll hire you if you want, and I'll pay you 15 days after it closes if that's what you want, but you get paid at the closing. Here's the thing.
Because
Is it possible that you get paid before the closing? It is possible. And that's based on this stipulation. You might have an agreement with the seller that your only responsibility is to find a what? Once you find a buyer that signs the sale contract, you've done your job and you earn your commission. You could be hired for that. It's not common in our business. But is it possible? Yes. It's called the find a purchaser stipulation. But most likely, your agreement, your listing contract is going to stipulate effect the sale. Do you see effect the sale? That means in the effect of a sale has to go through closing before you earn your what? Your commission, exactly. That's what this means. You get paid at the actual closing on the property. Anyhow, who earns the commission, you or the broker? Yeah. And a lot of the time, the commission is split between the listing agency and the buyer's agency.
so
Because you have two sides. Now, laws have changed with the NAR settlement. And the rule is if you're a realtor, you're supposed to negotiate your compensation directly with the buyer rather than relying on the seller to pay both sides. Question.
Okay, so about taxes, how does it work for brokers? Because like there's a lot of.
What do you mean? You said taxes?
Taxes, like if you're getting like money from like commission that is not yours, how?
You're a 1099 employee. So they give you a 1099 that says, I paid you X amount of dollars in commission over the course of the year, and you're responsible for your own tax liability with the IRS.
Okay.
so
That's the rule. Be careful of this 100% commission plan thing that's becoming popular in the business, where a brokerage company, if you get hired with them as a sales associate, you receive 100% commission on the deals that you complete. What they don't tell you, or at least you have to dig to figure this information out, is because you're probably thinking, how does that brokerage company stay in business if they're giving all their agents 100%, right? It's because they probably charge you a monthly fee. I can almost guarantee it. And they also charge you a transaction fee. So they say, oh yeah, 100% commission, but every month you're paying us $200, and then we charge you a few $100 as a transaction fee for every deal you complete.
you pretty much get leads and stuff like that.
It-
Because if you sell,
Just because you pay a monthly fee does not mean you get leads.
But imagine if you don't sell.
But is that like common for brokerage?
Nowadays, for 100% commission, that plan
No, not for the just saying.
for leads,
Like,
no,
But if you
Connection.
are-
it's not common that brokerage companies give you leads.
if you-
I know Market Connects give their agents leads because they pay a lot of money for it, but not all brokers do that. If you work for like Keller Williams or Coldwell Banker, they're not going to give you leads.
So you pay.
You're out on your own. They're going to train you, and like their training is regarded as something special, but other than that, no.
So you pay to be their agent, but
Well, if they charge you a monthly fee. Here's the thing. I don't want to say it's all negative. You're thinking, okay, if I pay a monthly fee, then what happens if I don't get a deal in 6 months? Then I'm paying all this money, and then when I actually earn commission, I'm getting a lot less. That's the negative side of it. But what are they including with the monthly fee? Are they including technology? Are they including a CRM? Are they including things that if you paid for outside of working with the brokerage company, it would cost you a whole lot more on the monthly basis? You have to see if it's justified or not.
But if you just wanted to hang your license just to, you know, get your 5 years for your brokerage active license, you could.
2 years.
2 years. But you could technically just pay your monthly things. But obviously, you need the best ways to make it work.
For instance, Market Connect has a referral. Real quick, Market Connect Realty, they have a referral side of the business. So they hire referral agents, people that are not willing to transition completely 100% into real estate. And you hang your license with them, and then you refer business. I don't know how long they're going to keep you around if you're not producing anything. But as soon as your license is active, the time is ticking, and it's contributing towards that 2 years for you to eventually become a broker yourself. So just something to consider. Here's the thing. They talk about a check, your commission check being ready for you on the closing table. But nowadays, I mean, we can transfer money more efficiently, right? You could wire your commission. So, but that has to be an agreement between the broker and the title company, for instance, whoever the closing agent is. Could be an attorney. And you got to let them know, hey, listen, my associate, we have an 80-20 split. So make sure their 80% is wired to them. And then they get the wiring instructions. Or can you make sure that their check, their 80% of the commission is ready for them on the closing table? So that's what we see here. It's coordinated. All right. If for whatever reason your agreement has ended and they don't want to renew with you to list their property, might you still be entitled to the commission that was owed to you?
If you found the seller before you closed it.
If you can prove something called procuring cause. I'll be brief. It means that you can prove that you started the chain of events that resulted in the sale of that property. Imagine that was your lead. That was the buyer that you procured that ended up buying the property later on, even though you weren't involved. Well, guess what? If you can prove that that buyer was somebody that you referred, you might still be entitled to a commission. That's what we see here, even if your agreement has ended.
Yeah, because then they could say, oh, it's for sale by owner, and
Yeah.
they try to take you out, but you brought them in.
They try to cut you out of the deal. They say, hey, listen, my listing agreement is about to end with this brokerage company. Maybe it's a neighbor, right? They're conspiring against you. Just wait a month. The agreement's going to end, and then I'll just do the deal with you direct, right? Rather than using a middleman, a real estate agent. Well, maybe that buyer didn't even know that property was for sale if you didn't host the open house that day. But you'd have to prove it, of course. So that's what we see here. All right, I want us to go to page 261 real quick. This is something we saw in a previous unit. Let me repeat it to you again. If we have a homesteaded property, that means it's what? Primary residence. Only one spouse's name is on the deed. Do both spouses have to sign the sale contract?
No. Yes.
Yes.
They
Right
do.
here.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes. Okay. I need your attention here. So if you homestead the property, which is claiming the property as your primary residence, only one spouse's name is on the deed. Do you have to get both spouses' signatures on the sale contract if you want to sell that property? Yeah.
Yes.
And on the listing agreements too, to even list it. So even though the spouse's name, one of the spouse's names is not on the deed, it's their primary residence. What are you going to do? Sell it from under their nose? You can't do that. Homesteading your property protects you as a spouse, even though your name's not on the deed. And that's, once again, something we saw previously and we see it again. Let me read this out to you. One of the last things on this unit. A broker, look on line 36. A broker does not have the authority or power to sign a contract for the buyer or the seller, or to bind a buyer or seller to the agreement unless the power to do so is granted. What document gives them the authority to handle legal matters on their behalf? Power of attorney, POA. But that person that you assign, do they have to be a lawyer?
No.
No, it could be anybody. They're called attorney in fact because the word attorney means a form of representation. You're allowing them to represent you when it comes to legal matters. Now, if you want to use this document, for a real estate transaction, you have buyers you're working with out of the country, sellers you're working with that are in Brazil. This might be a useful document for you because they don't want to be here physically to do the deal. They want you to handle it for them. You can use the POA, power of attorney. But here's the thing. If you're going to use it for a real estate transaction, there's a requirement. They have to be recorded in the public records. That's on the next page. I want to show you real quick. It says when power of attorney is used for a real estate related transaction, it must be notarized, recorded in the public records.
All right.
Notarized? Yeah. Notarized, which is acknowledged. Acknowledged means notarized and recorded in the public records.
Can you do that? We can sign anything for the buyer?
Well, there's two types of power of attorney documents. Let me show you. One that's called the general, which is scary. It allows the attorney, in fact, to handle all matters, all legal matters on that person's behalf.
Negotiations, everything.
And then the special power of attorney allows the attorney, in fact, to handle one specific act on their behalf, one specific transaction, for instance.
Special.
General and special.
Special.
But, so as I can be a power of attorney for my own client, that's not.
Yeah, you could.
That's not making sense. Unethical. That's what I'm thinking. I thought we.
It's for a legal matter. This is a power of attorney document. That's what it is. It doesn't say any type of restriction on who that power of attorney is.
I'm saying to sell, like
If you feel like it's going to violate your ethics, then don't use it. Right?
But I think you have to, right? People
All the time.
Yeah, people are not from here to give you the power to sign it.
Yeah. Sign a sale contract. If you're worried that it's going to jeopardize ethics and so forth, or that they have the potential to hurt you financially, then limit on what they can do on your behalf. Maybe it's just signing the agreement and then nothing beyond that.
You just explained exactly what attorney in fact means, because I think that's what I'm confused.
The person who you assign as your power of attorney, to have power of attorney. Imagine you make your relative, could be your sister, could be your brother, could be your parents. You give them power of attorney. Now they are classified. Their name is attorney in fact.
And how does that just, like, how do you just give them power of attorney?
With the legal document.
With the legal document from, so if I can sign.
It's called a
that-
power of attorney document.
That's what I'm saying. Why can't I do the other?
Exactly.
So it has to be the specific power of attorney.
You got to be careful. Do everything through a lawyer.
Okay, that's understood.
Do everything through a lawyer. And the lawyer, put the lawyer in that position, but we're held to a certain standard as a real estate professional.
Mhm.
Just as lawyers are held to a standard with their law license, we have a real estate license. There's rules, procedures, regulations, ethics, morals that we have to just be aware of and conform to. But
A lot of ball.
our last subject of this unit is all about disclosure. Like what we see in front of us, the first disclosure is material what?
Here,
We already talked about this in Unit 4. Do you remember anything you know about the property that can materially affect the value that the buyer cannot see for themselves? If you have knowledge, you must disclose. What about the previous owner died?
you don't have to disclose.
What about the previous owner was a drug dealer?
You don't have to disclose that.
What about when you're selling the property as is? Do you still have to disclose?
Yes.
Defects in the property, do you still have to disclose if you're selling it as is?
No.
Yes.
See, this is a misconception, and this is where people get in trouble, big time. The seller thinks that because I'm selling the property as is, I don't need to disclose. I'm selling it as is. If you have knowledge of a problem with the property and the buyer can't see it for themselves, you have to disclose. Even if it's as is. As is just means that they're buying it in its current condition. You can do your research, you can do an inspection. Whatever you find, I don't care. You're still buying it, and you're not going to use that as negotiation against me because it's as is. You're buying it in its current condition. I'm not going to fix any problem is basically what I'm saying. All right, let's move on.
As he doesn't bypass the law.
Correct. Radon gas. Highlight this in the shaded box. Radon gas, you need to know about it, is an odorless and tasteless, naturally occurring radioactive gas. It's in the paragraph, you'll see it. It's lighter than air, so it rises, and it's common for homes. Not common, it's not common in general, but it usually builds up in a basement if a property has a problem with radon gas. But here in Florida, we don't have very much basements, do we? Which is kind of sad because, you know, man cave, she cave, whatever it is. Anyhow, there's devices you can test if there's radon gas, and when you're exposed to it in high concentration for a long time period, causes very serious health risks. Anyhow, what do you need to know? Well, if you look at a standard sale contract we use in our business, there's a section that's required to be there, and it just explains what are the hazards of radon gas. It doesn't mean you're going to get the property tested. Doesn't mean you take responsibility for it. It's just disclosure. Same thing with this. If you're selling a home that was constructed prior to 19 what? There might be a probability that it has lead-based paint. What is lead-based paint? Paint with lead, exactly. That's it. What's the problem with lead? Lead is poisonous when you ingest it. You're probably thinking, well, who's silly enough to eat paint?
They don't know.
Your child.
Kids,
His
pets.
paint chips.
Exactly. And if you ever lived in one of these older homes like I did, like in South Florida, when I was in South Florida, I was in Sunrise, like the Fort Lauderdale area, and there was an older home, and you could tell it had lead-based paint. I know now because I know how to look for it. But over time, it gets very brittle, and it flakes off the wall, and it could break off in big chunks. Well, kids don't know any better. Pets will lick it. It can hit the ground and become dust. You can inhale it. It's when it's ingested. And it causes lead poisoning. You've heard of lead poisoning? Travels in the bloodstream, ends up in the brain, and causes very serious health risks. So what do you need to know? If you're selling a home or renting, selling or renting, a home built prior to 1978, you have to provide additional disclosure. Here's the disclosure. EPA pamphlet. You're basically saying, here are the hazards of lead-based paint. You can get the property tested if you want, but it's not required.
How often do you come across properties with ordinance?
All the time.
Really?
All the time. 2 the last 3 properties I bought were built prior to 1978. Yeah, I mean, they're all over the place. They're a dime a dozen. Dr. Phillips, everywhere. Winter Park, especially, Winter Garden, everywhere. Yes. No, graphite. They replaced lead in pencils with graphite because of lead poisoning. Long time ago. I mean, you could chat GPT it. So you used to say Google, now you say chat GPT. Get a more comprehensive answer. Because kids were chewing on it and stabbing each other and all that stuff. And yeah, chances are, ladies, that when you were in school, it was graphite. Okay, it was changed a long time ago. Yeah. Let's continue on. When you're selling a home that's energy efficient, do you have to let the buyer know? Just common sense. Yeah. Because energy efficient homes qualify for special loans.
Tax write-offs too, right?
Panels, energy efficient hybrid water heaters, a high SEER rating on your AC unit. Yes, insulated windows, good insulation in the walls and in the ceiling. In the attic. HOA. There's a rumor floating around right now that they're trying to get rid of HOAs.
Finally.
I hope it's not.
But I think maybe it's a little bit extreme, but to take some power away from them would be nice.
Great, yeah.
I don't buy property with HOA. All my investment property, no homeowners association. Condos, man, I've purchased so many condos throughout the course of my investment career, and I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to buy a condo ever again. Just,
Yeah.
I get deals. I get deals all the time. Condos, they just fall in my lap. But and I've been tempted here and there, and I've maybe dabbled a little bit, but I prefer not to do it because every single month, $300, $400, $500 a month, and those dues could change, and it sucks the life out of you. You hate paying that money because, I mean, you're not getting much in exchange. Their pockets. No, I'm just kidding. Go to page 265. What do you need to know about HOA? There's something you're tested on for homeowners association disclosure. And it's one of the more important disclosures. Look, requires seller of the property subject to mandatory HOA disclosure, provide the buyers with a disclosure summary regarding the association. So you have to disclose who they are, how to get in touch with them, all the rules, how much you pay, how often you pay. How important is that to somebody who wants to purchase property? If HOA dues are $700 a month, that could be a deal breaker for somebody, right? You got to know before you get involved. And here's the thing. If it's not disclosed to you prior to you signing the sale contract, if it wasn't presented to you, you as a buyer, you had the right to cancel the deal all the way to the closing date with no penalty.
All the way to the closing date.
Closing date with no penalty. You can get your deposit back. No questions asked.
Wouldn't the real estate agent would that be a penalty for him for not disclosing that?
Well, here's the thing. You're going to get the information from the seller, first of all. But once you receive that information, present it, yes. To the buyer's agent, the buyer, right?
That's like.
Yes. All right. Let me show you something first, and then I'll answer your question. Property tax disclosure. You're not, first of all, with your real estate license, you don't determine what property taxes are going to be for property. The county determines this once a year by a county property appraiser. So don't speculate. You're not a psychic, okay? Despite how great your intuition is, you can look in public records and see what the current tax bill is, and you can present the facts. If the bill has already been posted, you can share that with your buyer, but don't say to your buyer, hey, listen, the previous owner is paying X amount of dollars in property taxes. You can expect to pay X amount of dollars yourself. Don't do that because property taxes change every single year. And the previous owner might have qualified for certain tax exemptions, saved money that you don't qualify for, and vice versa. So don't get caught in that liability. Yeah, because when you purchased the property, you saw the previous owner was paying X amount of dollars. And then when you bought it, it was a whole lot more, right?
I knew it was going to change, but I didn't know 2 years later, and I didn't know in March versus January.
Yeah, we'll talk about when property taxes are due, when you get your proposed bill, when they become delinquent in the state of Florida. That's something we're going to learn about. But let's move on. Let's focus on something called CDD. Do any of you own a property and have to pay a CDD? CDD, obviously you can see what it stands for, Community Development District. What is it all about? In California, they call it Mello-Roos.
Oh, you have to pay for the land.
Well,
For the land.
here's the thing. The developer, instead of being responsible for certain expenses when they created that subdivision of 700 homes, impact fees, infrastructure to bring out utilities. They have to bring out electrical, right? For the community. Don't they have to bring out like a sewer? And maybe the city or the county where that subdivision is located can't handle all of that 750 new homes on their systems. They don't have enough electricity. They don't have enough, they have to expand their water. I don't know. What is it called? Water processing system, right? The local water company, whatever the case may be. But the developer doesn't want to pay for this infrastructure. So what do? They create the subdivision. They defer that cost to all of the homeowners that choose to live in that community. So if you want to live in that community, you're paying the money that the developer should have paid on top of your property tax bill. I just helped somebody purchase and sell a townhouse in St. Cloud, and there was a CDD. $1,800 a year for CDD on top of what they pay for property taxes. It's added to your tax bill. And this might disqualify somebody from getting a loan. Maybe they could afford the monthly mortgage loan payment, but with CDD added on top of it, they don't make enough money. So it could be a deal breaker as well. If there is this additional charge, you have to disclose it. That's all you need to know about that.
But you're from the community, like it's a CDD community, right?
No, they don't do that. A developer, if you're purchasing from them, of course, they're going to disclose it. But what if you're not buying from a developer? What if it's resale? You're probably wondering, okay, Michael, how long does that extra charge last? No, it goes away eventually. It just lasts long enough to offset those expenses that the developer should have paid for infrastructure of that community. So maybe it lasts for the next, 20, 25 years, and then eventually it drops off. It depends. If you look in areas that are underdeveloped, like, first of all, in Kissimmee, Point Siena, there's Harmony, there's all these places that are like up and coming. There's development there, but there's not much infrastructure there. Also, think about this. What about police? What about fire department? What about schools for those 700 homeowners? If you build a subdivision in an area that's not next to a police department or a fire department, they have to add those. And where does that money come from? Taxpayers in the county. So taxpayers in the county say, we don't want to pay for this developer to construct 700 homes. We don't want to be responsible for that. Increasing the infrastructure, water and electric. So each new homeowner has to pay that additional expense. Now, our last subject, misrepresentation and what? There's a subtle difference between the two. Let me share with you. Misrepresentation is when you either misstate fact or you leave something out to make it completely truthful. That's why it's also known as concealment. You'll see it here. Licensee may not, however, exaggerate, conceal, or misrepresent by making statements they know to be untrue. What's an example of this? It says exaggerate. The legal term for this, which you could be in violation for, is called puffery or puffing. Puffery is when you make it sound better than it actually is. But we've seen those descriptions of property listed for sale in Zillow and Realtor.com. The best view in the entire neighborhood right here. This is the best this, best that. That's all opinion, right? It's all speculation. You can't do that in our business, or you could be liable for misrepresentation. Now, misrepresentation could lead to what? You'll see right here, lead to what? Fraud. Fraud is straight out lying. To prove that a licensee lied, you might have to establish one of these four things we see on this list. Number one, let's go through it. Number one, you might have to prove that the licensee lied. Is that easy or hard to prove?
Hard.
Depending on the situation, could be very hard.
About bill is really hard.
Number two, you have to prove that you might have to prove that the licensee knew it was a lie when they said it. Is that easier or harder to prove?
It's impossible.
Good luck, right? Number three, this is easy. You might have to prove that you relied on the information that they lied about. That's easy. You can just say, I trusted the information to be true to make this decision. And lastly, financial loss was caused because of the lie. This is the most important in my opinion. Why?
It is.
If nobody lost any money, was it fraud?
No.
Write that down. No loss, no fraud. Somebody has a question?
Yes. So if someone said that a property was like a waterfront property, and then you later find out it's waterfront is like a retention pond, is that fraud or is that fact?
No, they're massaging the details of the property there.
Okay.
If
I
they
know-
said it's lakefront, that would be different. If they just say it's waterfront or
Right.
water view, then yeah, I mean they're telling the truth.
So on those paragraphs on the MLS, those can kind of be, when you write that paragraph up.
You have to be very strategic, like that agent was, and you have to be careful because you're taking liability for that information. Just know that. And lastly, the last thing we see is fraudulent activity, deceptive practice. Fraudulent is like a quasi fraud. It's like the aroma of fraud. It smells like fraud, but it's not quite there yet. So what are fraudulent activities that we should be aware of? Let's go through it together. We'll actually talk about this in Unit 12, but have you ever heard of a blanket mortgage? What does a blanket do? So you get one loan to purchase multiple properties, or a developer might use this when they have the subdivision that they're trying to construct homes within. It's under one loan. Developers use financing as well. They don't just buy it cash and develop cash. They use a bank's money to develop the subdivision anyhow. So they have one loan that covers all the lots within the subdivision. What do you need to know about it? Well, if you don't disclose that the lot you're trying to sell to somebody is under a blanket debt, a blanket mortgage, it could be fraudulent. We'll talk more about this in Unit 12. All right, just highlight that paragraph. We'll discuss it in Unit 12. Next, telling somebody, promising somebody, hey, listen, if you buy this property, you move in, you don't like it, come find me, I'll buy it back from you. Because I have so much confidence that you're going to love it. First of all, definitely don't do that yourself. That gimmicky salesman BS, stay away from it. It's viewed as fraudulent activity. And lastly, no tricks, no games, no schemes, no raffles, no puzzles to win real estate. You can't host a raffle in your front yard and say, hey, raffle tickets are $500. If your name is picked at the end of the month, you win my property free and clear. Sounds like a great idea. You can't do it.
You sound like Donald Trump.
Okay. It's going to be a beautiful thing.
I don't know.
Anyhow, we're done with this unit. Let's take a break. And when we come back, Unit 12, all right? $8:25. If you didn't hear me online, $8:25, 10-minute break.
Okay. Atención, atención, estudiante, siéntate, por favor. Gracias por todo. Let's continuar. I didn't say that right, but anyhow.
Estudiantes,
Estudiantes. Sí,
vamos a continuar la clase.
sí, vamos a continuar.
Continuar la clase.
Escuela. Sí, oficina / escuela. Anyhow, let's get started with Unit 12, residential mortgages. This is an introduction to financing. We know how important this is. Why? Why is it so important? Well, in the beginning of this class, we talked about sales being the lifeblood of real estate brokerage, the real estate business. And then financing is regarded as the lifeblood of sales. No financing, no sales, no sales, no real estate. This is what happened in 2008. If I can share some history with you. If you were paying attention, you were around and understood what was going on with the housing market crisis. We're on page 276 now. What we need to know to set the tone for this unit, there are 2 loan documents that you should be aware of. There are loan instruments, legal documents. You'll see it specifically on line 9. This is going to set the tone. What do you see? The mortgage and the what? And the promissory note. Have you heard of this before? There is a misconception of what a mortgage actually is. Most people think that the mortgage is the money. It's the loan that you're getting from the bank to purchase the property. It's not the case. If I said mortgage loan, then you would be right. But if we're just talking about what a mortgage is, it's a legal document that you sign as a borrower, but for what? It's to pledge the property as collateral, the property that you're getting the loan for. And it creates a lien interest against the property. It's what collateralizes the loan. It's what makes it a secured loan. Have you ever heard of a secured loan versus an unsecured loan? You ever wonder what the difference was?
Collateral movement.
Exactly. So, for instance, a car loan. Is that a secured loan or an unsecured loan? It's a secured loan. If you stop paying, what do they take? They repossess the car. So it's secured by collateral. Same thing with what the mortgage does. When you sign it, you're saying, I pledge this property as collateral. If I stop paying, you can take the house, for instance. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's a term that we use to describe this. You're going to be tested on that term. Starts with the H. Hypothecation. To hypothecate means to pledge. This derives from Latin. And you might, if you speak Spanish, you know this. Have you ever heard of hipoteca?
Hipoteca.
Yeah. It's like, or they might say titulo, or they might say hipoteca, right? Like, that's what we're talking about right here. Hypothecation, hypo. Anyhow, some of this stuff connects. Not all the time, but anyhow, let's continue on. Who are the parties to a mortgage? You can guess. The mortgage or and the mortgage E. Let me share with you, look at this chart so you can better understand who the mortgagor and the mortgagee is. We know or is giving, E is receiving, correct? Who's the mortgagor, borrower or the lender? That's the misconception creeping up because you're thinking about the money again.
Oh, the property.
Who's giving the pledge
Or the
of property as collateral? That's the borrower. The borrower is giving something. You'll see it right here. The mortgagor gives mortgage as security, along with a promissory note as a promise to repay the debt. You remember we talked about this in Unit 7? We talked about how I might give my tenants a one-time exception to the rule. If they're late, I'll make them sign a promissory note. It's a legal obligation to repay me a debt. I can enforce that promissory note in the court of law. Same thing when you're getting a loan to purchase a property. You sign a promissory note. It's a promise to repay a debt. So this is what will help you remember. This is what helped me remember, because you can easily get confused with this when you're taking your exam. Write this down. Mortgage or is the borrower or I know my misspelling it.
Next page.
That's always poor.
Wow.
Okay? This is going to help you remember who the mortgagor is. The mortgagor is a borrower who's always poor. Because we're paying off a debt, right? And then with property taxes, do you really own the property?
Nope.
If you stop paying your property taxes, even though you paid off all of your debt, if you don't pay your property taxes, could you lose your property? Yeah, shucks. That really stinks, doesn't it? That's why we're trying this whole new movement of like trying to abolish property taxes in Florida. I know you've seen it on the news and I mentioned it to you. Okay, so how you figure out the mortgagee? This is simple. The mortgagee has the money. Yes, exactly. I'm misspelling it for a reason, obviously. This is what helped me remember the difference between these two parties. Because if you're thinking about mortgage, your mind goes to money. You're thinking, who's giving the money? Oh, it's the lender. They got to be the mortgagor. No, it's to the contrary. Yes, mortgagor is always poor. But you could say the borrower. Mortgagor is the borrower is only poor. Anyhow, let's move on. Let's talk about the promissory note. Guess what? On the next page, look on line 11 and 12. I'm going to highlight something real quick. The promissory note must accompany all what?
Mortgage and
You can't have one without the other. They're synonymous with one another. So you have the mortgage, which is you pledging your property as collateral. It allows the lender to put a lien against your property until you pay off the debt with them. But then you have the promissory note, which outlines the agreement to pay a certain amount of debt off, along with whatever the interest rate is, whatever the conditions are. It's all about the debt that you promised to repay. Does that make sense? You'll see it right here. Note as a legal document serves as evidence of a debt, say promise to repay a debt, makes the borrower personally liable. Okay, what should I show you here? This is the details of the debt that's included on a promissory note. What do you want to know about the debt that you're promising to repay? Well, I mean, it's on this list: the amount, the interest rate, the repayment method, the term, how long you're going to take to pay off the debt, and what happens if you stop paying, which we refer to as default. We'll talk about it. That's at the end of this unit. Go to the next page, page 278, and I want you to look line 26. What do we see? It's just like it sounds. It's when you satisfy your mortgage loan debt, essentially. It's when you, yeah, exactly. You pay off everything. What this is an agreement that you have with the lender that says, once you satisfy the debt with them, what must the lender do on your behalf? You'll see it here. It says recording the satisfaction of the mortgage in the public records shows that the mortgage lien has been removed. And they have within how many days to do it? 60 days. You'll see it on line 30. This is the rule that they have to comply with. All right. Go to page 279. I want to share something with you that you might not know about. I think you understand the concept, kind of, but let me be clear. In the United States, there are two theories of mortgage that exist. You'll see them in front of you. What's the first one?
Lien theory.
Lien theory, and then you have what? Title theory. Depending on what state you live in, like we live in Florida, right? Your state could subscribe to either one of these theories. Well, what does that mean? Depending on what theory they subscribe to will dictate Who holds on to the deed? You know what the deed is, right? While you're paying off your debt. Here in Florida, like most states in the United States, we believe in lien theory. Who holds on to the deed if we live in a lien theory state like we do here in Florida? The lender or the borrower?
Lender.
Borrower.
When we buy property, even if we get a loan to purchase that property and that debt is not paid off, they still sign the deed over to us. And it's recorded in the public records. Amira, didn't we look up your property? That deed was recorded into your name. Do you have a loan still on the property? Okay. So this proves the point, right? And in exchange, what does she allow the lender to place against the property until the debt is satisfied? A mortgage lien. That's why we're considered to be a lien theory state. So yes, the deed is recorded into her name, but she still has a lien attached until the debt is satisfied. Other states, which there are very few states that subscribe to title theory, who holds on to the debt now? The lender or the borrower? I'm sorry, who holds on to the deed?
The borrower, no, the lender.
The lender. Very few states have this structure where the lender is going to hold on to your proof of ownership in the property until you pay off the debt. Once you pay it off, then they will sign the deed over to you, recorded in the public records. You can imagine it's probably more favorable to live in Florida because we're a lien theory state, right? And it's much easier, as you can imagine, to foreclose or take a property back when a property owner stops paying. Because if the lender already has the deed for the property, they basically just have to evict you, right? In lien theory states, like most states in the nation, it's a more drawn out process to get somebody out of the property and also reclaim the property as a lender if somebody stops paying. We'll talk about it at the end of this unit. Default, which we already know to be foreclosure. Let's continue on. I want you to skip to page 281. And what I just skipped over is summarized for us here. This is what you need to know. At the top, it says important mortgage provisions, clauses, stipulations, agreements that the lender may impose when you're trying to get money from them to purchase the property. They might require these conditions be included, depending on your qualifications or just because that's the lender's policy. So let's go through each one of these to determine if you want to include them or you want to fight to exclude them. The first one, very common, that the lender will include. And you're not going to like it. And you're tested on it. Yes, the acceleration clause. The acceleration clause works like this. It means if the borrower stops paying, this acceleration clause within your agreement says they can ask you for the remaining balance of the debt that you owe. Usually after 90 days of non-payment, the lender is fed up and they might enforce the acceleration clause. They say, hey, you got to pay me the remaining balance right now.
What happens if you don't have the money?
Then you end up in what? Foreclosure. You can imagine if you can't make your mortgage loan payments on time, you think you're going to have the remaining balance sitting around somewhere? Probably not. Most likely going to lead to foreclosure. The defeasance clause. You got to know this. And remember, we're helping our buyers, our borrowers, understand what they're getting into. I like to call it the defeating clause. Why? Because this clause stipulates that when you pay off all your debt, the lender has to do certain things on your behalf. So this is a good thing, and we want it. If you live in a title theory state, which we don't here in Florida, but if you did, and we paid off all of our debt, what does the lender have to do on our behalf? They have to sign the deed over to us. Because remember, they were holding on to the deed if they're in a title theory state. If we live in a lien theory state, which we know that we do here in Florida, what must the lender do on our behalf? Lien theory state? Yes. Exactly. Release the mortgage lien. Remove that mortgage lien. And how did they do that? Well, through the satisfaction of mortgage. That's what they record in the public records. Within how many days? 60 days once you satisfy your debt. The due on sale clause. I want you to add this. Write this down. Debt to lender is. Add that to the title. The debt to the lender is due on sale. What does that mean? I'm trying to explain what it is in simpler terms. It means that if you try to sell the property or even give it away, transfer title to somebody else, the lender says the debt that you still have with me is due right now. It's due upon what? Sale. So it means upon sale, alienation, transfer of ownership rights from this property, whatever the remaining balance of the debt you have with the lender is due and payable.
Need to transfer the debt.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Certain mortgage loan programs have this clause and other ones don't, to answer your question. So there are certain loan programs that you can get where the debt could be transferred to another borrower. But if you have this clause, I want you to add this to confirm what you're saying. It prevents assignment of mortgage. This clause prevents assignment of mortgage because debts could be assumed by another borrower unless it has this clause. And that's why there's this new thing going around in the investor world. It's called subject to. Have you heard of subject to? I'll explain it. You're not going to like it when you hear it. Not that it's illegal. You'll see it's in your book. You're allowed to do it, but it's just like, it just seems wrong. Prepayment you like, of course, because you could pay off your debt as soon as you wish without penalty. Prepayment penalty means they're going to penalize you if you try to pay it off early. Why would they penalize you if you're trying to pay it off early? Because you'd be losing interest. Interest is what they make off of you for giving you the loan, right? For lending money. So if you pay it off early, they're losing interest, and they might include this clause. Right to reinstate clause. This goes hand in hand with the first one, the acceleration. What is it all about? Well, it says if the acceleration clause has been initiated, which means you stop paying, the lender says, I want the remaining balance right now. The right to reinstate clause allows you to get back on track. You pay some type of penalty, you reinstate the original terms so you don't lose your property. Let's continue. I want us to move on with mortgage features. We got to know about mortgage features to advise our buyers that are getting loans to purchase property that we're helping them purchase, right? Almost every mortgage lender is going to require that the borrower make a what towards acquiring the property? A down payment, a minimum cash investment. Are there loan programs with no money down?
Yes.
Those exist. USDA loans, VA loans, FHA loans, if you get first-time home buyer down payment assistance as well. That covers up to 3.5% down payment. And guess what the minimum down payment is for FHA? 3.5%. So you could actually buy a property with no money down. But
you had to prove money.
Prove what?
You had to prove like you're really good in Canada, right?
Well, you have to submit a loan application and go through the pre-approval process. That's standard. Check this out. To determine what down payment you need to come up with as a dollar figure, they use this calculation. It's called LTV. Have you ever heard of LTV before?
Yeah.
Loan to value ratio. I'm going to show you how this works in a moment. Not just yet. I'll come back to it. But you'll see right here. They use this as a measure of financial risk associated with lending and borrowing money. The higher the LTV that they offer you, the more risky it is for them. Let me explain a little bit better. I made a handout for you guys. Distribute this. Right. You have to take one of each. There's like multiple. Should be enough for everybody. You can separate them. The first one is LTV, and then you can pass it around. On the top of that handout for loan to value ratio, and I'll pull it up as well for you online students. Looks like this. I simplify the explanation. LTV represents the percentage of the purchase price that the lender is willing to finance.
How many?
Let me explain. If the lender says, based on your qualifications, we're willing to give you a 90% LTV, what does that mean?
They're only covering 90% of how much money.
Exactly.
To pay that.
Yeah, so if the purchase price is $100,000, the lender is going to give you a $90,000 loan.
From the bank.
That means you need to come up with how much percent as a down payment? 10%. Once again, LTV represents the percentage of the purchase price that the lender is willing to finance. If the lender offers a 90% LTV, that means they're willing to cover 90% of the purchase price as a loan. Give you a loan to cover 90% of the purchase price. So that means they want you to come out of pocket for how much is a down payment? What percent? 10%.
Yeah.
It depends.
Do you have four? Depends on how much money. Yeah, we have four.
Okay. Equity is a good thing. You know what equity is?
Yes.
Equity is the difference between what it's worth and what you owe. If it's worth more now than what you owe to the bank, you have equity. Let me give you some numbers. It's worth $500,000. You owe the bank $300,000. How much equity do you have? $200,000. It's worth $500,000. You owe the bank $300,000.
Oh.
You have $200,000 in equity. Now, some people choose to pull out that money in a large lump sum of cash, like a home equity loan, or some people might choose to pull out a little bit at a time, like a home equity line of credit. That's called a HELOC. Interest. We're talking about your interest rate, right? But interest in general is what the lender is making off of you for giving you the loan. And it's based on your qualifications. Whomever is collecting your monthly mortgage loan payment, they describe that individual as, or company, as servicing the loan. Let me repeat that. Whoever is collecting your mortgage loan payment is servicing the loan. Sometimes, imagine you get a loan from Bank of America or Chase. Anybody bank at Chase? Okay. You get a loan from them, for instance, but Chase might not service the loan. They have a third-party company that they hire to collect the mortgage loan payments from you because they don't want to deal with it. If the lender does not trust that you will make your property tax payment on time or renew your insurance, because a lender wants you to have homeowners insurance, they require it, they will charge you a little bit each month and they'll put it into an escrow account. It's called an impound account for taxes and insurance. So that way, when property taxes become due, the lender will use your money that they've been collecting from you to pay it on your behalf, to make sure it gets paid, because they don't trust you to do it on your own. And if you don't pay your property taxes, could you lose the property? They want to avoid that because they give you a loan to buy it.
Mine was short.
So they charge you every single month an additional amount for taxes and insurance.
And that account.
The lender takes care of it.
So,
You don't have to worry about anything. Some people like it because it gives them peace of mind because they're thinking, I don't want to worry about saving up enough money when property taxes become due to make sure I can pay it as a large lump sum. They take a little bit from me every single month. They put it into the account. They pay for it on my behalf. I don't have to think about it.
what if they calculate it?
They give you any overage, they give it back to you.
No, if they.
If they don't collect enough from you, they'll charge you more. They'll say, hey, listen, we collected $3,000 from you, but the taxes are $3,500. So give us $500.
So anyone can, get that with their.
You could request it. I like to pay for it by myself. I don't like to do a impound account because I think the money is better in my hands.
Yep.
Because the money that they collect from you, they're making money on top of it. They have it in these accounts that accrue interest and all of these things. I want to invest that money. And I think I can grow that money quicker than, of course, I don't get anything if the bank's holding on to it.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't have a choice. The lender says, based on your qualifications, you have to give us this extra amount for taxes and insurance every single month. We're not going to trust you to do it on your own. And what I'm describing to you is your total monthly mortgage payment is called PITI. I don't know if you've heard this before, but it stands for principal, interest, taxes, and what? PITI. That's what a typical monthly mortgage loan payment consists of, those four parts. You want to make sure your PITI is pitiful, right? Now, lenders might also charge you for mortgage insurance, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Have you ever heard of discount points? Lenders might charge you points in addition to the interest that you commit to pay, essentially to make more money for themselves. So you're not going to like hearing this, but you need to know it. Sometimes you don't have a choice because, listen, beggars can't be choosers. If this is the only lender that's willing to give you a loan and they charge points, okay, I got to pay the points. I will show you how those points are calculated and you're going to be furious. Because all they're doing is just trying to make as much money as they can off of you for giving you the loan. Those points have nothing to do with your interest rate. What you qualify for is your interest rate. The points are so they can line their pockets, squeeze as much as they can out of you. I'll show you what it's all about, and then you're going to have a little bit more insight as to what the world of lending is all about. It's important to know this. Loan origination fees. When you become a mortgage loan originator, that's how you make money. Through loan origination fees. Sometimes lenders just charge that money in-house because they want to make as much as they can off of you for giving you the loan. On top of the interest they're going to make throughout the life of the loan. I'll show you how they disguise points and these fees to make it sound like they're selling it. They're making it sound great, but it's not great. And you should negotiate not to pay points. I'll show you how it works. But we're going to talk about LTV, loan to value ratio, and I'm going to show you the calculation now. It is something you're going to be tested on class exam question here. But I made a handout for you guys, didn't I? Okay, here it is. Go to your handout. And this is the formula that you have to memorize. You know what LTV is. Let me show you how it's calculated now. The name itself reveals the formula. Loan to value ratio. You take the loan and you divide it by the or purchase price. And that gives you an LTV. Let me give you some numbers so we can see how it works. Take out a calculator so you can follow along. You get a loan for $300,000, but the purchase price is $375,000. What's the LTV? Do the math. Divide. It's not what I asked. You see the division symbol?
1.8.
Yeah, you should get 0.8, which this is a ratio, a percentage. What is 0.8 as a percent?
8%.
80%. 80% LTV. What is that telling us? Well, didn't you highlight it at the top? LTV represents the percentage of the purchase price that the lender is willing to finance. So the lender says they're willing to finance 80% of the purchase price. Exactly. You have a 20% down payment. The loan is, look, the loan is 80% of the purchase price. That's all it's telling you. Based on your qualifications, the lender might say, hey, listen, your qualifications are not in great shape right now, but if you want to move forward, we're going to require at least 20% down.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's going to be too risky on our end to finance any more than 80%. That's how they describe it. And I want to show you something else, actually. There's an alternative LTV formula. I'll show you how it works. We're just rearranging the information. And the only reason you're going to have to use this alternative is when you're working backwards to calculate the results. Let me show you. This is basic algebra, by the way. This is algebra. And this algebra is the hardest your math can be on your exam. If you understand how to do this basic algebra, I'm going to share with you, and we're going to have several examples. You should be good for the math portion of your exam. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. This is the hardest your calculations are going to get. What if, as an example, the loan is 80%? I'm sorry, the LTV is 80% and the loan is, oops, that was my mistake. I'm all over the place right now. I try to do the percentage symbol. Good catch. All right, so check it out. The loan is $300,000. Let's use the same information. This is the type of question you might get on your exam. They say, the loan is $300,000 and the LTV is 80%. What is the purchase price for this property? So you have to work backwards to get the answer, right? If you remember from school how the ABC formula works, do you see A times B equals C? You remember that from school? A squared times B squared equals C squared, the Pythagorean theorem, or just simply put, A times B equals C. Your teacher said in school, if you can recall this, maybe I'm taking you way back, if you know at least two of those variables, you can calculate the missing variable every single time without fail. Don't we have two of the three? And we're missing the third? So we're trying to calculate what the price is. And your teacher said, first thing you must do for your missing variable, keyword starts with the I, we're going to isolate that missing variable by itself on one side of the equation. Can you remember from school what mathematical symbol separates the equation from the left to the right side? What symbol does that? It's the equal symbol. This is the symbol that separates your equation. Is it clicking? Are you remembering from school? Okay.
Yeah.
Look up here.
300.
Look up here.
Divided
This
by
is the
20.
left side. I need your attention real quick. This is the left side of the equation, right? And this is the right. Do you follow? Okay. And the purchase price is on what side of the equation?
Left.
It's on the left. And our first goal is to isolate it. If we're trying to isolate it, what do we have to get rid of? we have to get rid of what? The 80% LTV. We have to get rid of it. Well, if you remember from school, your teacher said to cancel it out on one side of the equation, since you're multiplying, you divide it by the same number to cancel it out, right?
Right.
But
Right.
with algebra, whatever you do to one side, you must do to the what?
Other.
To the. So all you have to do is remember a rhyme to help you save some time, and that's not it. Chris, all you must do is simply slide and
Divide.
divide. It works every single time. Remember that, slide and divide. So what do? Well, now you
300,000.
know that the purchase price, which is isolated by itself, equals 300 divided by 80% or 0.8. Same difference. And tell me what you get. Do the
375,000.
math in your calculator. Everybody should be calculating. Take your calculator out.
Mhm.
What is that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you didn't have energy. I was like, okay, well, thanks for that. Doesn't this confirm what we saw in the previous calculation? The same numbers? Oh, what a coincidence. It all works out. This is basic algebra. This is the hardest your calculations could be for exam purposes. We're going to get plenty of practice with this. Plenty of practice. But I digress. What I want to show you now, if we go back to our textbook, I'm going to show you point calculations. Oh, wait, because I know you guys are copying. Question.
This calculation.
What about it?
If I said, the property value is X
Mm-hmm.
multiplied by the loan value, which is 80%, equal the loan amount. Now, I'm searching for X equal, the loan amount divided by the loan value, because in math, when you have to reverse it, it's transferred to divide by. And after that,
It
you
wouldn't-
have X.
Mathematically, it wouldn't work. I'm not saying there's not other ways to solve this problem, not in that way in particular. But don't worry, we're going to get plenty of practice with this. We're going to see it time and time again, I promise you. And our math day is going to be this week. It's going to be on Wednesday. Oh, yeah.
That's good. I have this.
You do not miss Wednesday. You don't miss any day. But I'm just saying, be on time, be prompt, and we'll go through it together. And we'll start with the bottom, work our way up.
Because I have the same answers.
I don't know how. If you take the purchase price and divide it by LTV,
No. I name the property value of X by the loan value, which is 80%, equal loan amount. Now I'm searching for X. So I'm gonna find X. So to find X, I'm gonna say X equal the loan amount divided by the loan value.
yes,
Exactly.
that's exactly what we did.
Exactly.
You just called it something different.
Yes. That's
Yeah.
what I asked.
That's fine. Call it whatever you want. All right. Let's continue. Now I want to show you points, discount points, point calculations. I want you to highlight something for me. Lines 21 through 25, including the shaded box. What is that? That's page 283, right? 21 through 25, including the
Right.
box. Okay, and then on the next page, I want you to highlight lines 11 through 16. Yes.
We have to pay for the class test, or we really?
No,
Okay.
no, I'm not like those other schools that do that. No. Your test, your final exam is included with your tuition.
Yeah.
Some schools, they charge you tuition, and then when it comes time to taking your exam, they say, okay, well, we charge
For the test.
$50, $100, whatever it is. Anyhow, I gave you a handout. It's called Discount Points and Point Calculations. Mortgage discounting and points, point calculations. Looks like this. You see this in front of you? All right.
Yeah.
I'll show you two calculations of points. You're not going to like them. Not because the math is difficult. The math is easy. You're just not going to like how the lender moves and how they try to take advantage of borrowers based on what we're going to calculate. Let me explain to you how lenders make money nowadays. Lenders want to make the most money they can off of you by giving you the loan, because as soon as that loan is originated with Chase, they sell it. Why originate the loan and immediately sell it if they could have held that debt and made all that interest off of you? Because that's not what they're in the business of doing nowadays. They want to make 20, 30 grand off of you by giving you the loan. And then once they originate the loan, they sell it, they get reimbursed whatever that loan amount was, and they pocket the $20,000, $30,000. And they use that same loan amount to give somebody else financing. Imagine I give you a $300,000 loan, but I charge lender's charges, points, origination fees, all these ways that they make money off of us. I make 20 grand off of you for giving you that $300,000 loan. And then eventually I originate the loan, you make your first monthly mortgage loan payment, and you get a letter from the bank saying, oh, we don't hold your debt anymore, we sold it off. So why did we get in bed together, right? Why did you get in bed with the lender to begin with? That $20,000, $30,000, they have it in their pocket. Now they just got reimbursed the $300,000 that they originally gave you, and they use that $300,000 to give somebody else financing. Make $20,000, $30,000 off of them. It's less risky for them to do it this way because they don't care about if you default or not. They don't own the debt anymore. They sold it off, but they pocketed cash by giving you the loan. Anyhow, hopefully that's making sense, but I want to show you both calculations. It'll be revealed. The first calculation we're going to see is something called lender's what? Yield by what? By charging you points. Let me show you what that means. You got to know this. You're going to be tested on it. I can almost guarantee. Every point will increase the lender's yield, which is profit. How does the lender make profit off of you? Through what? Interest, by 1/8%. So what this means is, for every point that they're choosing to charge you, they don't have to, but they choose to do so, it's going to increase the interest rate you really qualify for by 1/8%. Every point.
And that's a lot.
It is a lot. So let's just say your true interest rate, what you really qualify for, is 5%. But the lender wants to charge you 4 points. Okay? I'm just making it up. Let's see how it works. Let's go through this hypothetical. Each point is equal to 1/8% or 0.125%. So let's convert. Take the 4 points and convert it to what your increased interest rate is going to be. Go ahead and multiply by 0.125%. Or just 0.125? Tell me what you get.
4 times 1.25.
Yep, look, no, 0.125. 4
5.5.
points. No, 4 points times 0.125. And what do you get?
0.5.
You get 0.5. That's a 0.5%.
Right.
That's 1.
That's 0.5%. 0.5 is 0.5%, right? So the lender, because they're charging you 4 points, means that your interest rate that you're going to have to be responsible for throughout the loan term is going to be 0.5% higher than what you really qualify for. This is going to make you furious. And if you calculate how much more money you're paying over 30 years, it's crazy.
It's killing.
So what do? Well, you take this 0.5% and you add it onto the interest rate that you really qualify for. So 5% is what you qualified for, but the lender wants to charge you points. So now, what's your interest rate that they're going to propose to you?
5.5%.
So say, yeah, of course. They say, based on your qualifications, the interest rate that you qualify for, and the points that we want to charge you, we're willing to offer you 5.5%. And you might be curious or a little bit confused. 5.5%? I thought interest rates were a lot better right now. And I have good qualifications. I have a friend that just got a loan. I know my qualifications are better than theirs. They got 5%. Why am I paying 0.5% more? I need your attention, please. So it's going to be frustrating. But here's the thing. The only reason why it's 0.5% more is because they're charging you or imposing points. So what do to give you the illusion that they're helping you out? They say, oh, well, what you can do is if you're not satisfied with 5.5%, you can buy down your rate. Have you ever heard this before, lenders offering this? You can actually pay us money to give you a lower interest rate.
Or finance.
They have their profit already built in. So what does that mean? You're buying down a rate that you shouldn't be paying. This is your rate. This is what you qualify for. The only reason why you're buying this down is because they chose to impose those points against you. So it's either they get their money or they get their money, right? But this is how it's calculated if you want to buy down your rate. That's how they give you this illusion that they're helping you. So check it out. Let's just say the loan amount is the same one, $300,000. And you want to get rid of all 4 points. I'm just making it up. All 4 points, you want to get rid of them. You have to convert. Check this out. I'll show you here. I'm going to show you how to calculate cost in dollars to buy down your rate, and that's through points. Each point is equal to what?
1%.
1% of the loan. This is easy to remember because it's a 1-for-1 conversion. If you want to remove 1 point, they're going to charge you 1% of the loan. That's how they calculate it. 2 points is what you want to remove, 2% of the loan. 3 points, 3%. So check it out. You want to remove 4 points. What is that going to cost you? Well, basically, they're saying 4 points is going to be 4% of the loan. Go ahead and take 300,000 and multiply it by 4% and tell exactly.
Just a down payment.
It's going to be $12,000. So what is the lender telling you? They're saying, give us $12,000 so we can give you the rate that you really qualify for. You understand what I'm saying? Because the only reason why you're trying to buy it down is because they wanted to make more profit off of you. They chose to impose the 4 points.
So I have a question.
There's a lot of questions at once. Please raise your hand. Yes, Tierney. It's based on your qualifications. So usually the people that barely qualify are the people that they impose the most charges against because they think they have no other option. They take advantage of you.
So you do have other options if you keep.
Yes, and that's the advice I'm going to give you in just a second. Yes.
Will those two $12,000 bring down the loan amount? Like go into like
No.
partial payment or anything?
$12,000 is just to buy down you so you have a more attractive interest rate.
That's what you meant that we're not likely to.
Yeah. You're not going to like it. You're going to be frustrated. You want to know how you can fight back? Everybody, you want to know how you can fight back?
Yes.
You shop around. That's it. That's the solution. That's your ammunition. You got to shop around. Now, a lot of people think, okay, well, I got to be strategic because every time I pull my credit, that's a hard inquiry on my credit report, and it's going to obliterate my credit score, and then I won't qualify for anything. No, that's false. If you pull credit the first time with whatever lender you try to get an estimate from, you have 30 days from that point on to pull credit as many times as you want without affecting your credit score.
What?
And a lot of people don't know this. That's why people get caught in a trap. That's why people get caught in a trap. Now, here's the thing. Once again, you go to the first lender to try to get, see if you can get financing. They're going to pull credit. It's going to be a hard inquiry on your credit report. Your credit score is going to go down by a few points. But you have 30 days. The clock starts ticking from that first inquiry to shop around. And what you'll find out when you shop around is the next lender magically doesn't charge points and is willing to give you the rate that you really qualify for. How do I know? Because every time your credit is pulled, that shows up on your credit report. What lender pulled your credit report? It shows up. So the next lender can see that you've been shopping around. And they're going to be more competitive naturally without you saying anything. So they're willing to give you more attractive terms and a better rate potentially. You start off with, imagine you have a bank account with Chase. And you've been banking with Wells Fargo, Bank of America for years. You have a good relationship, or what you think is a good relationship with them. So, put a lot of money into their bank. You're thinking, I'm going to give them a shot first because we have such great history. And they're going to probably give me the best rate and terms. They're probably going to give you the worst. How do I know? Because they know the psychological aspect of lending. And most borrowers don't know that they can shop around. Most borrowers are naive to think that I can't get a loan from this lender if I don't have a bank account with them. So I can only go to Chase to try to get a loan because I have history with them. That's false. You can go to any bank you want to, no history with them, and try to obtain financing. So don't let that intimidate you. But they use that to their advantage, that people are too scared to shop around. They pull your credit. They see the first person to pull your credit, Chase, and they take advantage of that because they know you probably won't shop around. So they give you the worst terms and the worst rate. If you're smart, you shop around. You come back to Chase, you say, hey, I shopped around this lender. They're not willing to charge me points. Why are you charging me points? I've been with you guys for 15 years. I have good history with you guys. Oh, okay. Do you have that estimate that they gave you? I can take it to my manager and see if we could match it or whatever they can, be more competitive. Why don't you do that from the very, very flipping beginning? It's a game. It's the money game, guys. And some people play the money game better than others. So this is stuff you need to know to protect yourself when obtaining financing. Hopefully that stays with you. Yes. Hold on one second. Yes.
After the 30 days, your credit doesn't go down at all?
I mean, if you didn't obtain financing, then it should, return to where it was. But if you got financing as a result of that, it usually stays at a lower amount until you make your first few payments.
But and
then they'll report it. What was that?
The hard increase will stay there.
Yes, hard inquiries will stay there. Well, I don't know about that. Take your word for it as to how long the hard inquiries stay there. All right. We're basically almost done with this unit. So let me get your attention here. We're almost done with our session for today. On page 285, we see assignment of what? Assignment of mortgage is just like it sounds. You're assigning your debt to another borrower. Somebody's taking over your debt. Is it possible in our business and lending? Yeah. Depending on the loan program. Before you take over somebody's debt, you need to know what the debt balance is. They call that the loan balance. And how do you find out? You have to go to the bank and request an estoppel. This is how they describe it. An estoppel letter or estoppel certificate. You've heard of this before? Yeah. It's the payoff balance is what it is. All right. I want you to go to the next page, page 286. Methods of purchasing property with encumbered by an existing mortgage loan. I just shared this with you. Assignment of mortgage. Same thing as assumption of mortgage. You're assigning your debt to another borrower. Even though this might be possible based on the loan program, because you do not have a what clause contained within. Do you remember the clause? Can you remember? What clause prevents assignment of mortgage? Do you remember?
Foreclosure.
Season clause?
Nope, that's another previous unit. It's right here.
You won't say that.
You remember the due on sale clause? If you have the due on sale clause, it prevents assignment of or assumption of an existing mortgage. It prevents another borrower from taking over your debt because the debt is due on sale clause. If you don't have this clause in your mortgage, it means the debt could be assumed. But all parties have to sign what agreement to solidify it? It's called a novation agreement. That looks familiar. We talked a bit about this in Unit 11. Substitution of a new party for the original party. Okay. Earlier, I talked about subject to, and I asked you, do you know what subject to is? Subject to investing? And you're probably not going to like this. Subject to is when you're taking responsibility for making somebody's mortgage loan payments, but the original borrower is still on the hook with the lender. So the original borrower is still going to stay on all of the loan documents. On paper, they're responsible for the debt, but they have a contract with somebody else to make their mortgage loan payments for them. When would this occur? I can make it sound really nice as an investor where somebody might be intrigued and take advantage of it, and it only benefits me, the investor. I don't think it really benefits the borrower who's still on the hook. Imagine I go to you, Louis, and I say, hey, listen, that property you purchase, maybe, I'm not saying this is you, maybe you can't afford to make those monthly mortgage loan payments anymore. I'll sign a contract with you that says, I'll take over your monthly mortgage loan payments. You sign the deed over to me, you vacate the property, and I'll take responsibility for making payments for you from this point on. What's in it for me as the investor? Well, the reason why I'm approaching him in the first place is because I calculated that his monthly mortgage loan payment is a lot less than what I can rent the property for. So maybe his monthly mortgage loan payment, principal, interest, taxes, insurance, is $1,200 a month. But I can rent his property out for $2,000 a month. It's called arbitrage. So I have a contract that says, I'll take over your $1,200 payment, and then I'll find a tenant that's willing to pay $2,000, and I'll make the difference. And I don't have to own your, well, I mean, you're going to sign the deed over to me, but you're going to be responsible for the original debt amount. What's in it for Luis? What's in it for him? Oh, I can make it sound nice as an investor. Hey, listen, if I'm making your payments for you on time, I'm helping your credit score, aren't I? Because all those good payments are going to get reported, correct? But then I'm taking something away from him as well.
Deposit.
No, I'm taking away the ability for him to maybe qualify for another property because he's still on the paperwork for the debt obligation. So to the lender, they're thinking, okay, you already have a loan. Why would I give you another loan? You don't qualify. You don't have enough income or whatever the case may be. I'm hurting him in that regard. The best case scenario for him is to sell the property. Why would you do that deal with me? Desperate people make desperate decisions. That's why. And some people will think they don't have any other options, especially imagine you inherit a property. Guess what? When you inherit property from a relative, there might still be debt. And guess who's responsible for the debt? You are, the person who inherits the property. What if you can't afford that and the place you live, your family's house? I might approach you and give you this option. You might take advantage of it. I'll take over that payment for you, for that property you just inherited. You can't afford it, no worries. But I like your interest rate. If I were to get a loan on my own to buy your property, it would be 7-8%. But you got 2-3%. I'll take that. Anyhow, I'm trying to give you some insight as to what's going on in the investment world of real estate. It's very interesting. You're going to be tested on something here. It continues on to the next page, lines 1 through 4. We're almost done. Contract for deed. I've done this on a number of occasions. As an investor, I've offered this to people and they've taken advantage of it. Contract for deed is this. For instance, I had some lakefront properties and somebody wanted to buy it. It's very difficult, at least at that time, to get a loan to purchase land. I don't know if you know this. Most lenders want you to own the land and then they'll finance construction, but they won't give you money to actually buy the lot. So I said, okay, I can help you out. I'll be your lender. You give me a down payment, I'll finance it over a certain time period, and after this time period, you have to pay me the remaining balance. But meanwhile, I'm going to hold on to the deed for the property. So we have a contract for you to pay off a debt. Once you pay off the debt, you get the deed. Contract for deed. You'll see it here. Meanwhile, the buyer has equitable title in the property, which means they have the right to use it as if they're the owner until they eventually get the deed in their name. You'll see right here, equitable title entitles the borrower to homestead protection. Remember, you can homestead if you have that type of right. The seller, this is what I just described to you. The seller holds the deed to the property until the buyer has repaid the what? The debt. Okay. Briefly, let me share with you land development loans. As I mentioned to you, developers, contractors, they don't use their own money. A lot of the time, they finance construction of buildings, subdivisions, model homes. To even buy the land to develop the subdivision, they get financing for that as well. So this is what they might take advantage of. Land development loans. Construction loans, you're basically financing the construction process. We talked about blanket mortgage loans, right? It's when multiple properties are covered under one debt. What does a blanket do? Covers. Do you have to disclose to a buyer that it's under a blanket debt? Yes. And also confirm it has something called a partial release clause. Highlight this. Found in blanket mortgages provides for release of an individual parcel from under the blanket when the buyer pays a specified amount. Okay. Takeout commitment just means that there's a lender willing to give the contractor financing. Buy down. This is a good thing to know in our business, especially right now because interest rates are high. They're coming down, by the way. Interest rates are coming down. It's a good time to get your real estate license because if they keep coming down, then a lot of buyers are going to enter the market. And what does that mean for you as a real estate professional?
So
Opportunity. Opportunity. So get your license as soon as possible. Don't waste any time. Okay. You can negotiate with the seller to buy down your buyer's interest rate. That's a thing. Just imagine your buyer wants to get a loan to purchase that seller's property. They really love the property, but the interest rates are high and just high enough where they can't qualify to get the loan. Interest rates are too high. So what you can do is you can negotiate with the seller. You say, hey, listen, seller, I got a buyer. They really want to purchase your property. But because interest rates are so high, they don't qualify. Would you be willing to buy down their rate? And that's what a buy down is. If they agree to do so, they temporarily buy down your buyer's interest rate with the lender. So just enough where they can qualify, get the loan, and acquire the property.
Why won't they just, but that's,
But it's temporary, so eventually it's gonna go up. Yes.
say, why, just, somebody offers more than what they want to pay for.
I mean, that's not the situation I'm describing. I'm saying maybe this is the only buyer.
That's what okay.
This is the only buyer that's you can find that's willing to purchase the property, and they just are unable to qualify because interest rates are too high. So you can say, hey, listen, I know you're struggling to sell this property. I got a buyer, but you got to buy down their rate in order for them to qualify. Yes.
Buy down rate. What is that process?
You pay the lender to bring down the interest rate. It's an upfront amount.
Kind of like a point scale?
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah. Kind of like points. All right, our last subject. This is our last subject, which is what? Default, which means you stop paying. Usually after 90 days of non-payment, the lender will impose this process. We know that it's called foreclosure. And foreclosure is a judicial process. You have to go through court to resolve foreclosure. How does it work? Let me review some things with you so you can remember. When you originally got the loan, you signed 2 loan documents. What are the 2 loan documents? Promissory note and the mortgage. The mortgage that you sign pledges the property as collateral. It secures the loan. And the promissory note is the promise to repay the debt, and it outlines everything about the debt that you promised to repay. So what if you stop paying? Well, that means you broke your promissory note, right? And there's instructions that says what happens if you stop paying. Until you paid off the debt with the lender, what did you allow them to place against the property? The mortgage lien, right? That was done through the mortgage, right? Not only do you pledge your property as collateral, you also allow them to put a lien against your property, but now you stop paying. So they have evidence that you broke the promise, and that lien that they have attached to your property is what they're enforcing. They're enforcing the lien. Remember we talked about this? So they're basically saying, you owe us this money, you stop paying, we need to take the property back, but you have to go through this judicial process. It's not overnight. They file a lawsuit against the mortgage lien attached to your property is what I'm saying. When they go to court, they have to provide not only the promissory note, bring evidence that you broke your promise, but also the mortgage that you signed, which is recorded in the public records. It's not the end of the world. If foreclosure has started against you, there's something called equity of redemption that allows you to pay a penalty and get back on track so you don't lose your property. All the way up to the foreclosure auction date. Definitely not. What's the result from foreclosure? What happens to your credit? How long does foreclosure stay on your credit report? Do you know? It's 7 years. Foreclosure stays in your credit report for 7 years. Look at the details. Yes.
So I have a question. Whenever I saw the auctions, there are foreclosure auctions.
Yes.
Could you explain briefly how that works? Like if you take over the lease.
I'm talking about it. I'm going to talk about it right now. Check this out. If we're talking about foreclosure auction, it's hosted by the county in which that property is located. They conduct this auction. Typically, one of 2 things happens with the property if you default. Either the lender will take it and try to sell it, or they'll try to auction it off. But most likely they'll auction it through the county. Anybody can participate in this auction, but you have to register as a bidder and you have to give a deposit. Okay, the deposit must be equivalent to 5% of your winning bid, whatever the winning bid is. If it's $200,000, that's your winning bid, you need to have 10 grand, right? 10 grand as a initial deposit. They'll take that initial deposit and you have to come up with the remaining balance. 24 hours later, you have to come up with the cash. You have to wire it over to the county. And then you get the property with no guarantees. So you really have to know what you're bidding on. You know what else can be foreclosed on? When you don't, when you don't pay your HOA dues. You remember that? Mm-hmm. If you stop paying your condo dues or HOA dues, they can foreclose on you. So what happens at the foreclosure auction is you see the property come up when they stop paying HOA debts. But that's not the whole story. If they stop paying the HOA debts, they're probably also not paying whatever mortgage loan debt they have. And when you win at that auction, all you're doing is paying off the HOA dues. But now you're the new owner and the lender is going to come knocking at your front door and say, hey, I saw you just bought the property at auction for paying off their HOA debt, but now you're responsible for the $200,000 loan.
What if it's
because you're the owner of the property? I mean, lucky. I mean, who is going to lose their property to non-payment of HOA debt if their property is completely paid off? Most likely that's not going to be the case.
But they don't cancel out.
And also too, you might, okay, imagine you got a loan and then later on you got a home equity loan. So you have two debts against the property, but you stop paying on the home equity loan first and they're quicker to file foreclosure. It goes to auction. Somebody bids on it. They think they got the property, they're paying off the mortgage loan debt, but all they were doing is paying off the home equity loan debt. There is still a primary mortgage debt that they're responsible for. So once again, the bank comes knocking and says, well, you just paid off the second debt. Well, we're in first position, you got to pay us off. So a lot of people, they go into these foreclosure auctions thinking that they got a great deal, that they bought the property for $40,000, but really they just paid off $40,000 worth of HOA debt. And then the bank still wants their $200,000. Oh my God, this property is not affordable.
So different from the tax deed.
Different from tax deed. Yes. And check this out. What happens if let me give you a hypothetical. You tell me what you think about it. You owe the bank $200,000, but they sell it at auction for $300,000. What happens with the leftover? The surplus is how they describe it. Who gets it? Does the borrower get it or does the lender get to keep it?
The borrower.
The borrower should get it and it's held with the county, but I can tell you right now that the lender is going to try to absorb as much leftover money as possible through legal fees.
Yeah.
They'll say, we pay our lawyer $60,000 to file foreclosure. Yeah, right. So yeah, all of that money is ours and that lawyer is in-house. So it's all going back to them. Anyhow, what if they sold it for less than what you owed?
You got that.
When they foreclosed. You owe $300,000, but they sold it at auction for $200,000, which might be the case coming up soon because people bought property at the peak of the market and can't afford it anymore.
I'm sure.
What happens with the remaining balance, that $100,000 balance?
The new owners.
Could they come after you for the deficit? They have to, well, it's called a deficiency judgment. They basically have to sue you and get a judgment against you for the remaining balance. So you lost your property, foreclosure against you. It stays on your credit report for 7 years. Your credit is already obliterated. And now they come knocking for the remaining balance. Imagine that.
That's because of the promissory note that you're going to pay them back.
Yeah, absolutely. Now check this out. Have you ever heard of a short sale? Okay, a lot of people think it's a quick sale. It's not a quick sale. If we're talking about time It should be called a long sale. Why? This is what happens. Somebody bought property at the peak of the market. That sounds familiar, right? Was that 2022? Properties were going for crazy money, $50,000 over the asking price or the value, interest rates, all of this stuff. Anyhow, it was a frenzy. So they bought property at more than they should have, but now they have to sell it. But whatever they sell it for is not enough to at least pay the bank what you owe them. They're not going to make any profit, and they can't even sell it for enough that they owe to the lender. So what they have to do is they go to the lender and try to get permission to do a short sale. They're selling it short. They're selling it for less than what they owe to the bank. The bank does not have to approve this. But if they do, then they give you the authority to list it in the market and try to get offers. And even if you get offers immediately, they take about 6 months, maybe sometimes 9 months to close on a short sale, because it has to go through bank approval and then it goes through corporate and all of these things. It's a long process. But if you sell it, then they're supposed to forgive you for the deficit, the remaining balance. A lot of people think that foreclosure is the end all be all. They think like, hey, listen, I just lost my job. I have a little bit of money saved up, but eventually I'm going to lose this property. I can't keep up with it. And they're thinking, I'm just going to stretch this foreclosure process out as long as possible and see what happens at the end. But there's an alternative. Before the foreclosure process has been started, you can go to the bank and do something called the deed in lieu. What does that mean? In lieu means instead of, in place of foreclosure. So you're basically saying, hey, bank, can I sign the deed over to you and walk away? Because eventually I'm going to lose this property. I can't afford to hold on to it.
That's when the bank.
And you forfeit any payments you've made up until that point, plus your down payment, of course. If you just got the loan from the lender and try to do this, you think they're going to agree to it? No. But if you've been paying off your debt for 5-10 years, they might be inclined because they got all those mortgage loan payments out of you and you're willing to sign the deed over to us. Okay, we'll take it. And then this is going to protect your credit because they're going to record satisfaction. If you sign the deed over to them, they don't come after you for the remaining debt. It looks like you paid off all of your debt. Your credit score is probably going to go through the roof. Yes.
But it's not like a voluntary repo on the car, right? Because some dealerships say, oh, you can voluntarily return your car to the bank, and then when you see it, it's just repo. It's
Yeah.
not.
No, this is different. This is, they call it a friendly foreclosure. Is there any such thing as a friendly foreclosure? Didn't make any sense.
Friendly repossession.
Yeah, but if foreclosure has already started on the property, you can't do this. This is off the table. This is only if you do it before. Well, most people should sell the property. The first thing you should sell the property. If you can't afford to hold on to it, sell it. But listen, people don't know. You have to educate yourself. You have to understand that these options even exist. A lot of people don't know. So that's why this class is so important, not just for getting a real estate license, for obvious reasons, for personal reasons. Yes.
They bought it at the peak market, so they owe like 500. They bought it for 500,000, and they can only sell it for like 300,000.
Yeah.
Then
Short sale.
yeah, the short sale. So why wouldn't
You do a short sale, or you can say, hey, listen, can I just sign the deed over to you and walk away from this property? And I don't know. Well, you have options is what I'm saying. What if you have an investment property that you stop paying on? You think the lender would find it acceptable for you to continue collecting rent from all of your tenants and not paying the debt? No. So what they'll do for investment property through something called the receivership clause, the lender appoints somebody to collect the income from the property while you're in default.
How do they know it's an investment? You have to tell them we did.
Yeah, when you get the loan, they know what the purpose of that property is. and they can find out.
Do you have to update them if you decide if that was gonna be your primary home residence and then you're switching to make it an investment property? Can you tell them that?
You could tell them.
Is that good?
If you switch it to an investment, then they could have a stipulation that says, we're now going to charge you the investor's rate of interest on this property, which is higher.
Because they know you're making money, so.
Oh yeah, exactly. 100%. You nailed it. They know you're making money now. So you have enough to give them an increased interest. That's, I'm not going to say nothing about that.
Future credit.
You-
At least then.
Listen, lenders, they take advantage of people. Bottom line. Insurance companies too.
Yeah, they do.
I'm not going to get into it. I think you have some ammunition now.
Do your own research.
You should play them back.
Check this out. You want to find out if a property is in default, you would find this recorded in a public record against it.
Spending.
Action. I'm sorry, it's Latin, it means action pending. So real estate agents, when they're looking for leads, even wholesalers, they look in public records to see all the lis pendens that have been filed within the past month. And then they find out who the property owner is, they skip trace, they get their phone number, they call them and make them an offer. Real estate agents call them to say, hey, listen, you want to list your property because I see that you're in default. It's tough to have that conversation with somebody. You have to be very delicate because people have a lot of pride. Exactly. If you tell, yeah, if you like identify their struggle, then it hits your pride, right? It hurts your pride. So you got to be very delicate and say, hey, listen, I'm a real estate agent. I'm just curious, would you, however you want to approach it, but.
So that way it's your own need.
Yep.
She don't want to deal with those.
Make sure they're not on the,
They're sad.
make sure they're not on the what list.
You know, I
Do
don't
not call.
There you go. All right. Any questions here? All right. We're done with our session. Push your chairs, clean up your mess, drive safe. God bless. I will see you. Mañana. Tomorrow,
Gracias. Bye.
here, check this out. Tomorrow is going to be unit 13
the longest one.
and 15.
Oh.
Okay. I mix it not entirely. Hear me out first. Unit 13 is the longest unit in the textbook. And unit 14 is all math. So hypothetically, if I said tomorrow, let's do units 13 and 14,
On top of
we covered the longest unit in the textbook, and I say, well, wait a second, guys, we're not done yet. Now let's do
Math.
most of the math that you're going to be tested on. You're going to hate me at the end of the class. So what I did was I rearranged the order, and I paired the longest unit in the textbook, which is 13, with the shortest unit in the textbook, which is 15. And then I'll save math 14 and 18 on Wednesday, and then Thursday, more units, okay?
But you said the math is not gonna get any harder.
I'll show you. It's not. It's going to be the same basic algebra. All right. Have a great night. Drive safe. God bless.